consultation meeting today on promoting healthy, sustainable, and inclusive food system in response to COVID-19 in South Asia. We have a very exciting and full program ahead of us for today and tomorrow, and it will help us to take stock of the current situation and of the different commitments made in the region at the UN Food System Summit. It will also give us the opportunity to formulate actionable recommendations toward healthier, more sustainable, and inclusive food system in the region. But without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Takayuki Agiwara, Regional Program Leader at the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, to deliver his welcome remark. Mr. Agiwara, the floor is yours.
Okay. I go by Taka, so nice to meet you all, and distinguished guests, government focal point experts, and conveners of National Food System Dialogues, representative of family farmers organizations and CSOs, partners. A very good morning to you all. It is my pleasure to join you in this virtual regional consultation meeting focusing on promoting healthy, sustainable, inclusive food system in response to COVID-19 in South Asia. On behalf of FAO, I would like to thank the SARC, the AFA, and IFA for co-organizing with us this important regional consultation. Globally, around 30% of the population suffer from malnutrient deficiencies. Around 10 million children die each year before they attain the age of 5. 2 out of 5 below the age of 5 years old are stunned and malnourished. Despite producing more food, there are still around 700 million people going hungry, and millions of people are overweight or obese, suffering from food-related diseases. The eradication of hunger and poverty, as well as malnutrition, is still one of the most pressing challenges of our times. The armed conflict, transboundary pests and diseases, natural disasters, and now we have COVID-19 pandemic that have been interrupting the momentum of achieving SDG 1 on poverty and SDG 2 on zero hunger. South Asia comprises 1/4 of the world population, which is about 7.8 billion, of which about 65% live in the rural areas, and more than 50% of them rely on agriculture for their livelihood. As half of the land in South Asia is arable, there is a high potential of the agriculture and the food system in the region to effectively address the widespread poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. The current food system needs to be transformed and provide the people a more sustainable and inclusive access to healthy, nutritious food. It is also necessary to keep balance between food system and natural environment by transforming them to work better with nature and for the climate. The way the food is currently produced, harvested, and processed, distributed, marketed, eaten, and disposed should promote well-being of human ecology and biodiversity. We, especially people here in this meeting, should proactively shape and contribute to the healthy, fair, renewable, resilient, inclusive, and culturally diverse food systems. In this context, it is crucial to respond appropriately through sustainable agriculture and food system, promoting nutritious diet and healthy food. Partners and colleagues, today's event is a follow-up of the Food System Summit held in New York in September 2021 to foster a world without poverty or hunger, a world of inclusive growth, environmentally sustainable, and create a world where no one is left behind. Better food systems are crucial to build the future with a healthy, equal, and peaceful world with rich biodiversity, and ecosystems, and the people who are resilient and empowered. The COVID-19 pandemics has exposed the deficiency in the food system with adverse effect on our lives, health, and livelihood of people around the world, particularly the most vulnerable and those in fragile context. Family farmers have proven their capacity to develop strategy and provide innovative responses to emerging social, environmental, economic challenges. They don't just produce food, they simultaneously fulfill environmental, social, and cultural functions. They are custodians of biodiversity, preserving landscape and local food traditions, and maintaining community and cultural heritage while selecting and adapting productive and social innovations. In the coming 2 days, you will be discussing about outcomes of the different national dialogues which took place in the Food System Summit and about the different commitments made by member states and other stakeholders. It will be also the opportunity to learn about the experience of different government coalitions, family farmers organizations, CSOs, and other relevant partners. Remarkable example of exclusive agriculture value chains and sustainable food system in the region will be presented as well, highlighting how they contribute to limit the impact of COVID-19 and could help preventing or mitigating impacts of similar pandemics in the future. I deeply encourage you to take full part of these discussions, and especially during the breakout session tomorrow, in order to formulate actionable recommendations toward healthier, more sustainable, and inclusive food system in the region. I wish you a very successful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Taka, for your opening speech, highlighting what is at stake in the region and introducing clearly the program for our 2 coming days. So now I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Bakhtiar Hossain, Director of the SARC Agriculture Center. So Dr. Hossain, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Perry. Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. Respected chief guest of this session, Dr. Sheikh Mohammad Bakhtiar, Executive Chairman of the Bangladesh Agricultural Research Council, and also the governing board member of the SARC Agriculture Center, a visionary leader of National Agricultural Research Systems in Bangladesh. Mr. Takawaki Hagewara, Regional Program Leader, FAO, Hubert Boyer, Country Program Manager and Task Team Lead Manager, International Fund for Agricultural Development, Ms. Esther Pinunia, Secretary General, Asian Farmers Association, distinguished speaker and participants, government officials, food system experts, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all. I'm honored and privileged to be a part of this regional consultation meeting on promoting healthy, sustainable, and inclusive food systems in response to COVID-19 in South Asia, jointly organized by the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, SARC Agriculture Center, Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development. I'm delighted to see you all participants with great enthusiasm from different SARC member states to listen the deliberation of food and agricultural experts on food systems transformation. On behalf of the organizers, I cordially welcome the participants, speakers, and the guests of this important event. Distinguished guests and participants, this consultation meeting is a part of the support to SARC member states and other stakeholders in their efforts of achieving commitment made during the Food System Summit held on September 23rd last year in New York. Climate change and COVID-19 are the 2 major crises in which agricultural sector is now confronted with globally, as South Asia is one of the most vulnerable region to climate change. COVID-19 has created additional havoc in this region. In South Asia, about 60% of the population make their living on agriculture. South Asia farmers feed over 20% of the global population with just 5% of the global agricultural land. South Asian countries face multiple challenges of food insecurity even before the COVID-19 pandemic. About 300 million people are still severely food insecure in the region, and about 36% of the children below 5 years of age are stunted due to malnutrition, and 16%
হ্যালো আপনার শোনা যাচ্ছে
acutely malnourished. The main breadbasket of South Asia, the Indo-Gangetic plains, face huge challenges of climate change and water management. Even though all countries are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate change, South Asian countries face a more difficult situation due to their large population, inadequate infrastructure, lack of social safety net provisions, and prevalence of high poverty rate and malnutrition. A food system is fundamental for human existence. It is essential to plan for emergencies such as a pandemic and other disaster and set up appropriate crisis management structures and protocols for dealing with emergencies. This planning would need to cover the integration and coordination of food value chains, from production and transportation to the processing, marketing, and retailing of food products. This meeting is held to support the SAARC member states for transforming their food and agriculture systems towards this end. I hope this meeting will come up with practical solution appropriate for the region to cope up the twin challenges of climate change and COVID-19 pandemic. Distinguished dignitaries, SAARC Agriculture Center will hold a follow-up program to this event in collaboration with the organizing partners later this year if the COVID situation improves. I hope this program will be immensely useful for the participants from the member states. I would like to thank organizers for inviting me to address in this inaugural session of this meeting. On behalf of the SAARC Agriculture Center, I would like to reaffirm our commitment, continuous support, and commitment to implement the food systems program of the benefits of the SAARC region. Finally, once again, I would like to warm welcome to all delegates and extends my thanks and gratitude to the chief guest for sparing his valuable time. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hossein, for your opening remark and for your encouragement for our today event. And also to reiterate the strong support from the SAARC Agricultural Center in this process. It's very well received. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Esther Penunia, Secretary General of the Asia Farmer Association for Sustainable Rural Development. So, Ms. Penunia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pierre, and good morning, good afternoon to you all, depending on where you are be. Distinguished guests, Mr. Taka Hagiwara from FAO RAP, Dr. Sheikh Mohammad Bokhtiar, Executive Chairman, Bangladesh Agriculture Research Council, Dr. Bakhtiar Hussain, Director, SAARC Agriculture Center, and Yuber Boyrag, Country Program Manager and APFP Task Team Manager, International Fund for Agriculture Development, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen participating in this virtual meeting, thank you very much for being here. Our organization, Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development, or AFA, is an organization of national family farmers organizations, currently with 22 member organizations in 16 countries in Asia, 3 of which are operating in South Asia. AFA also manages several regional projects, such as the Asia Pacific Farmers Program supported by IFAD, the family farming initiative supported by the International Land Coalition, and the Global Agriculture Food Security Program, among others, which facilitates the interaction of AFA with national farmers organizations and non-government organizations in all 8 countries of South Asia. We have invited some of our colleagues in the family farmers organizations and civil society organizations here, and I request you, those of you who come from the CSOs and farmers organization, if you could raise your virtual hand, if you are a member of AFA or an implementing partner, FO or NGO, or the Asia Pacific Farmers Program, ILC or GAFSP, to raise your virtual hand so that we could acknowledge that you are here. And thank you so much for being here. In late 2019, the United Nations Secretary General announced that he will convene a food system summit. Knowing that the food systems and food sovereignty is very much a part of the agenda of AFA, we actively took part in its official processes. AFA was a member of the Advisory Committee of Action Tracks 1, 3, and 4. We conducted national-level independent dialogues in 11 countries, including in Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, participated by 330 representatives from governments and civil society. We co-organized with family farming organizations INOFO, who is one of our speakers here, PFON and WFO, 6 Asia-Pacific regional dialogues on the topics climate resilient agriculture, agroecology, strengthening of cooperatives, empowerment of women farmers, and attracting the youth to agriculture. And at the global level, we conducted 1 independent global farmers dialogue with PAFO and WFO, and 1 global producers dialogue that was co-organized with the UNFSS Secretariat. We were present in both the pre-summit and summit processes. Why are we sharing our involvement here? It is to share with you our commitment to transforming food systems that will be empowering to the most neglected and most marginalized sector in the food system, the women, men, and young family farmers, many of whom are indigenous peoples as well. In all this involvement that we had, we shared 3 key messages which we would like to share again with you today. First, family farmers are at the heart and at the center of the food system, from the production to processing to marketing and distribution to consumption and waste management. We play a role, sometimes the major role, especially in production. Second, family farmers are one of the most vulnerable and most affected by the inequities in the food system, from taking control and ownership of the lands we till, from the technologies we adopt, from poor support services such as extension and financing, to weak market power. But family farmers are solution providers as well, as what Mr. Taka Hagiwara has mentioned earlier. So third, we as family farmers, through our organizations and cooperatives, we can play our role as equal and energetic and constructive partners in addressing the problems of the food system and transforming it to be inclusive and resilient. At the global level, as a result of the UNFSS processes, we are now part of the global coalitions on agroecology, on family farming, and on decent income and wages. We have also declared our commitment as an organization to have healthy food systems. And thus we come here in this meeting with hopes and excitement that we come to see the synergies of the commitments to food systems we have made as governments, as civil society organizations, as research institutions, as farmers organizations, and work together at national and South Asia level to make healthy, sustainable, inclusive food systems with us, family farmers, at the heart and at the center of the actions, and as equal partners. Family farmers for a healthy people and planet. Thank you. Back to you, Pierre.
Thank you very much, Esther, for your insightful remark and for bringing the voice of family farmers into this opening session and more broadly into the framing of this two-day event. We take good note also of the Global Coalition on Agroecology and Family Farming that AFA is engaged with in, and I hope we'll hear more later during these 2 days about these coalitions. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Hubert Boihard, Country Program Manager and APFP Team Manager at the International Fund for Agriculture Development. Mr. Boihard, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be with you this morning at the opening of a regional consultation meeting on promoting healthy, sustainable, and inclusive food systems in response to COVID-19 in South Asia. On behalf of the International Fund for Agriculture Development, IFAD, may I extend a very warm welcome to all participants representing farmers, leaders, policymakers, intergovernmental organization, development partner, and our colleague from AFA, SAC, FAO, and IFAD. As you may already aware, we have successfully completed the Food System Summit in 2021, September, with a main theme on healthy, sustainable, and inclusive food system under the leadership of the Secretary General of the United Nations. And I believe this would be a perfect opportunity for us to increase the awareness about the Food System Summit outcome, and also to re-emphasize the commitment made by the member states and other stakeholders, as well as the coalition they are engaged with. As one of the significant rural development agency in the region, IFAD has been in forefront from the onset of the pandemic to assist smallholder farmers through our respective country portfolios, and especially with our regional grant support program, APFP, Asian Pacific Farmer Program in Asia. As you may already aware, we have launched a special program called Rise Farmer, which was built on the coverage on the ongoing APFP to focus on immediate assistance on our smallholder farm family in the region, targeting the next agriculture campaign cropping season within the lockdown and post-lockdown period. This pioneer intervention has ensured that the most vulnerable farming households were protected from the negative impact of COVID-19 with their assets secured and being effectively reached through the provision of essential food, commodities, and associated economic services through their respective farmers' organization. Overall, the intervention has benefited over 600,000 people across 8 countries, which is significant given the nature of emergency raised due to the pandemic. In addition, we are extremely pleased to announce that we have recently launched the newly designed Regional Assistance Program with the collaboration of European Union, Farmers Organization for Asia, FO4A. The main objective of this program is to increase income and improve livelihood, food security, and nutrition of smallholder farmers and family farmers within the ASEAN region, Southeast, South, and Central Asia, which emphasizes the alignment with outcome from Food System Summit. FO4A program is expected to benefit around 3 million family farmers in 14 countries, including 5 from South Asia. The FO program is governed by the emerging need and priorities of beneficiary FO and their members, and we always prioritize the activities which are demand-driven, business-oriented, and articulated through systematic FO consultation process, which would secure sustainable income generation for our beneficiaries, resulting fair and inclusive access to healthy and nutritious food and overall enhancement of the household nutrition as a whole. But having said that, it is also important to make sure the balance between food system and the environment is regulated, which is an integral part of our business model to ensure climate resilience and sustainability of our intervention. Finally, I would like to convey my best wishes to organizers for a successful event, and I am extremely confident that we will be able to formulate holistic recommendations that will support the food transformation into healthier, more sustainable and inclusive food system in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bouhar, for your opening remark and for sharing the support from IFAD toward family farming organization, especially in the recent challenging period of the pandemic. The launch of the new FO4AP program is very exciting and timely, and will contribute with no doubt to healthier, more inclusive and more resilient food system.
Oh, what's that?
They said in the form.
Could you
Okay,
mute yourself,
I have
please? Thank you. So as I was saying, this new project will with no doubt contribute to healthier, more inclusive and more resilient food system with family farmers at the heart of them. So finally, I am very glad to invite our chief guest for this consultation meeting, Dr. Sheikh Mohammed Bokhtiar, Executive Chairman at the Bangladesh Agricultural Research Council, former Director of the SARC Agricultural Center, and currently Governing Board Member. Dr. Bokhtiar, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, respected keynote speaker in the opening ceremony of the regional consultation meeting on promoting healthy, sustainable and inclusive food system in response to COVID-19 in South Asia. Ambad Boyrat, Country Program Manager and APFP Task Manager, International Fund for Agriculture Development. Respected Mr. Tayaku Hagiwara, RAP FO Office, Regional Program Leader. Respected Upper Secretary General, Ms. Esther Penumia, Director of SARC Center, Dr. Mohammed Bokhtiar Hossain. Respected focal point from SARC member state countries, expert, professional, and farmers organization leader, distinguished participant, ladies and gentlemen, greeting, best wishes and felicitation to you of today's inaugural workshop. I am privileged to welcome all of you for today's inaugural workshop, which convenes today and continue after tomorrow, virtually involving the SARC member state countries. My precious thanks to all the participants who joined virtually to share experience and to engage with each other. I strongly believe the engagement of the participant from different organizations attending today will certainly make this seminar fruitful and productive. First of all, I extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the co-organizer FO RAP Bangkok, SARC Center, Asian Farm Association and IFAD for inviting me as a chief guest in this August meeting. Dear participant, I have some emotional attachment with this SARC Center because I served almost 5 years as the director of this center. And during my time, I made a very significant transformation to make this SARC Center more visible And all of you know, every year, the SAARC Center is arranging a lot of multi-country stakeholder meeting. Also, we arrange some exposure visit. We also arrange some training program involving the South Asian scientists to build up their capacity so that they can share their knowledge and experience. And also, during my time, we initiated the SAARC PhD scholarship program. And right now, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, India, Nepal have held this SAARC PhD scholarship, and they are pursuing their PhD in Bangladesh Agriculture University, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, and also they are pursuing their PhD in ICR Institute, India. So this is one of the major transformation of the SAARC Research Center. So, dear colleague, South Asia is a home of almost 1.7 billion people, and almost 25% of the global population are living in South Asia. And most of the 65% of the population, they rely their livelihood on agriculture. Despite some impressive growth in agriculture in South Asia, but South Asia still faces formidable challenges in ensuring food and nutrition security. Especially the food security, one of the major challenge of especially for South Asia to feed such escalating growth of population. Another major challenge is the declining cropland. So it's a great challenge for the scientists to provide food in spite of declining cropland. And in South Asia, our cropping intensity, like Bangladesh and India, almost near to 190%. So we are harvesting a lot of crop from the same land. So land degradation and declining soil fertility, one of the major challenges to boost up the productivity. In addition, climate change and associated challenges, the major threat for especially South Asia like Bangladesh. Bangladesh is not at all a big emitter of methane, but we are the worst victim of climate change due to our, as a deltoid country. And this climate change impact is very much visible, especially India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, we are the worst victim of climate change. So this is a very major challenge to how we can ensure our food or our nutrition security for this region. And degradation of natural resources base and depletion of groundwater, one of the major challenge for South Asian people, especially for Bangladesh, because our main food is rice. So our food security basically is the rice security. And you know, rice production, we need use water. So groundwater depletion are one of the major challenges for Bangladesh. Though last 10 decades, we had a significant achievement in field of agriculture. Bangladesh is right now self-sufficient in rice. We are self-sufficient in meat. We are self-sufficient in egg. We are self-sufficient in rice. And Bangladesh is the third large vegetable production country across the globe. But nutritional security is one of the major challenges. In addition, storage, agro-processing, and commercialization are one of the major challenges of Bangladesh agriculture. And recently we have been reminded by COVID-19 pandemic how
seems to have a connection issue.
We cannot hear you, sir.
We have lost Dr. Bokhtiar.
And how we make our agriculture sustainable and safe, as well as how we can make our agriculture profitable. This is the major challenge of Bangladesh agriculture. Bangladesh Minister of Agriculture already provided a lot of support to the farmers, especially a lot of subsidy to boost our production. We're giving more emphasis on safe food, we're giving more emphasis on mechanization, and we are also want to ensure the safe food for the Bangladeshi people, as well as we want to promote our product beyond Bangladesh. And today we are talking about the how we can make a resilient food system. So I recall that the UN Food Summit, our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina put forward a 5-point suggestion for ensuring a resilient food system globally. Honorable Prime Minister, he said, first there should be research, investment, and advanced technology sharing for agriculture development, and then there should be a increased funding for developing countries for achieving a sustainable food system. So the suggestion made by our Honorable Prime Minister are vital towards the promotion of agri-food system locally and globally. I hope the scientists, those are attending today's meeting, they are very able to formulate a true multi-stakeholder set of policy recommendation through sharing the country's resilient food system, and the recommendation we can share to the government of the SAARC member countries. With that note, again, a very welcome to you all, and I hope the seminar will be fruitful and your next few hours here will be productive and also enjoyable. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bokhtiar, for your warm greetings and your intervention. So to conclude this opening session, I would like now to kindly ask all of you to turn on your video camera so that we can take a group photo. And I will kindly ask colleagues from AFA to facilitate the photo taking.
Yes, thank you, Pierre. So everyone, kindly turn on your video. So let's give a few seconds for the others to turn on their video. So we have 3 panels, so bear with us. So I'll take a photo of the first panel. So 3, 2, 1, smile. And for the second panel, 3, 2, 1, smile. And the last one, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you everyone, and back to you, Pierre.
Thank you all. So we are now going to dive into the session 2 about national commitment for sustainable and healthy food system. This session will be moderated by Ms. Esther Penunia, whom I do not need to introduce again. So Esther, over to you.
Thank you again, Pierre, and good afternoon once again, dear friends and colleagues in this meeting. So our session is session 2, entitled National Commitments for Sustainable and Healthy Food Systems. And this session will be introduced by having 2 presentations. One presentation looking at the regional perspective, the South Asia food systems, and one presentation looking at the global perspective and how at the global level the commitments are being turned into actions. And then after that, we will have presentations from the stakeholders in the food system. We will have presentations from the 7 member states, 2 from the civil society organizations, farmers organizations mainly, 1 from the private sector, the cooperative sector, and 1 from the research institution. Okay. So there are many presentations, but we hope that this will be interesting, because this will be sharing with us all our commitments and the actions that we are taking to have inclusive and resilient food system amidst the COVID pandemic in our region. So first, I would like to call for our first presenter. I would like to call Dr. Abha Mishra to present to us the status, challenges for food systems in South Asia. Dr. Mishra is a leader for regenerative farming, Round Glass Wellbeing Private Limited. Okay, over to you, Dr. Mishra.
Thank you very much for introductions and setting the background for the presentation. Distinguished delegates, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon to all of you. It's always a privilege to be the part of such meetings where we are redefining the boundaries, and for such invitations where we have some kind of regional consultations on evolving the nature of sustainable food systems. I thank FAO to invite me to be the part of this meeting. So thanks to FAO. And definitely at the moment I'm sitting in India, and I mean before that I was in Southeast Asia. So I can correlate the kind of problems we have been witnessing. But I'm very much, hopeful, because now we have started thinking about, transitioning from food security to sustainable food system. So that's self a good progress in that particular directions, where we can think about integrating, a lot of actors, lot of, stakeholders in this process, to define what is sustainable, safe, and inclusive food system and how it should look like for South Asia. So I will be sharing my screen. Can everybody see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah. So basically, when I have to define, because I'm supposed to talk about the status and challenges of to have a sustainable, safe and inclusive food system for South Asia. And it was very difficult for me to, to define the status and the challenges, because I have been witnessing a lot of, the changing, the dynamics at all level. But just keeping it in a very, very basic, the understanding how does it look like, for all of us as a, non-technical person in this particular, domain. I see that, almost we are a home of 7.8 billion people. And now we are seen as a food surplus country, which I don't know how we should be saying that, because I see in a very narrow sense, because it's a cereal surplus, region, not a food surplus, because still we have a lot of issue in terms of addressing the nutrition, and we are experiencing, the triple burden in terms of, addressing the undernutrition, overnutrition, and micronutrient deficiency. So definitely we are cereal surplus region, but not food surplus or nutrition secure, region. 65% live in rural area, and more than 50% of them relying their livelihood on agriculture, and they are the people who are food insecure. So currently, if you see the global scenario, almost 3 times more food we are producing, but still, we have an issue of food insecurity, malnutrition, poverty, and, hunger and all. So, definitely the way we are producing is not enough, and which has been highlighted by all, distinguished speakers, the key speakers, that still we need to address the poverty, food insecurity, the smallholder issues and all. So definitely the path we have taken is not enough. And what we see that because of this this insecurity. The peoples are becoming more vulnerable. Either it's a COVID pandemic or climate change, issues. They all are making them more vulnerable. Out migration has become a culture, not for South Asia, but South Asia, whole Asia, in fact. And over exploitation of natural resources we are witnessing everywhere because they need to survive and they are exploiting, the natural resources. The third point, the major status I see, the way we produce food completely, we are just extracting the finite resources, either it's the oil or it's, the phosphate or potassium or, the fossil fuel. Everything, is completely dependent on finite resources. And we are extracting, not thinking about what we are extracting or we should, give back to, to our natural resources. That is not the part of our culture. So every year we are, we are going towards degradation of 12 million hectares of land everywhere. And that's not only just degrading, but we are also diminishing natural resources. 2/3 forest area we have, lost. And we have a stiff competition for water, and we are witnessing agrochemical pollution everywhere. I'm sitting in Punjab, and in Punjab, every alternate home, if you go there, they have some issue related with the agrochemical pollutions, something related to their health hazards everywhere. And even if you go anywhere, if they offer a glass of water, you would be thinking twice before drinking because the water is completely contaminated. The air pollution is there, everywhere is there. So that kind of thing we have been witnessing now. It's become more and more visible now. Of course, if you see the graph of, the way the growth process has been defined, of course, the per capita income, greater urbanization rate, literacy rate, population growth, and poverty reductions, the way things have been defined, we have achieved, but they are highly, highly inequitable. So somewhere we need to think, whether, this is the way we have to define or we need to go to the next step. So, yeah. So if I take you to the little bit more international scenario and also the regional scenario, the South Asia, we have been witnessing water, soil, coal, energy, inequality, insecurity, and governance crisis, and many more. I just highlighted a couple of things which was highlighted during and has been highlighted during this, COVID pandemic era. But we have many more issues. We have extreme water crisis. Almost 85% water goes to agriculture and mostly to cultivation of paddy. Then we have a issue with the global price of fertilizer is continuing to rise, and also the subsidy is rising. A sharp increase we have seen in the international price of coal, but at the same time, I see there is a subsidy for the free electricity to support the agriculture and also the exploitation of groundwater everywhere. We have been witnessing degraded soil. Now the soil organic matter is on an average 0.2 to 0.5%, but still I don't see any kind of, progress toward, the regenerative agriculture or agriculture that nurture the nature. I don't see that kind of course, there is a lot of encouragement, but there is a lot of disconnect in terms of having, the policy in place and the implementation issues. So I see a lot of disconnect at the moment. We have lost 90% of biodiversity hotspot, and of course we have witnessed growth. But if you see the kind of sharing of those growth, only 1% population earn 21% of total income. What we have witnessed in the last 10 years. So that kind of inequality we have seen everywhere. Now, what I see that there is a lot of thrust on food production, but we are not giving, the thrust on how we can reduce food loss and waste. Now, 1/3 food is lost in Asia, and if it has come to South Asia, almost 12 to 13% is lost in cereal, and more in fruits and vegetables. We don't have enough data, but because the fruits and vegetables are perishable and we don't have value addition or processing at the moment the way it should be, so definitely there is a more loss. But nobody is taking care. There is no intervention at the moment that can be, significantly affect those kind of, the equations in terms of visualizing the sustainable food system. What I see that for today, for every dollar what we spend on food, society is paying $2 in health, environmental, and economic costs. And these are hidden costs, which is not taken into consideration when we divide cost of cultivation for for any crop. So those things need to be integrated, and this is not the culture at the moment. This is not something, on the table for discussions. So definitely agri-food system, if you see, is the nexus of food security, nutritional health, viable ecosystem, climate change, and rural prosperity. The all dignitary signatory have already, like the key speakers have already highlighted, the family farmer, and, the smallholder farmers are in the center. But are we connecting those issues with the rural prosperity? That still we need to think. Often I see in terms of the policy or even intervention actions, I see that most of the time while we prioritize problem, we just treat the symptoms. We never talk about the core of the problem. So that's another issue that we have been witnessing here. Now, challenges, if I see, almost, of course, population is increasing in this part of the region, and by 2030, we will be contributing 26.2% share of world population, which is almost similar to what we have at the moment, but nearly half will be young. World largest consumer base we have, and it is becoming more richer and urbanized. Definitely fruits, vegetable, meat, oil demand will increase, but whether this increase will be met by, through different government policies or, actions, it is still questionable, because subsidies are, and the existing support system basically incentivize the cereal productions only in most of the part of this region. Air pollution, antibiotic resistance, water contamination, pesticide exposures from food production, and mismanaged byproducts. These are the story that you can see everywhere. Now, the way things are changing, the structure is changing, the migration is becoming, the story for all the reason. And most of the consumer will be based, or they will be urban based. So definitely 80% food will be expected, the consumer we will have in the urban area. But whether we are addressing, their concerns, bringing, connecting, those urban demand with the prosperity of smallholder farmers, are we have any kind of connections to address the issues? I don't think so. So still, those kind of, the central story where the food demand will be more, it is missing at the moment. These are the challenges at the moment I see in this region. When we talk about the focus is always on increasing food productions as a mean to increasing economic growth. Or sometime when we have to talk about sustainable consumption, I see that we just focus on improving health and productivity. Even for health, we have a very narrow definitions. And sometimes when we define all these things, we do not evaluate the intersectionality of these domains and their spillover on the economics, ecological, or health system. So what I see is in most of the time, whenever see as a desired outcome, it is completely based on economics. We have forgotten to integrate the ecology. The ecology and economics have to go together, but I don't see this culture at the moment. Existence of policies, whatever policy we have at the moment, especially that just increase the productivity in agriculture at the expense of environment, and basically just to increase the economic growth while also increasing regional equality. So definitely we have, now we are exporting crops. We are number 1 and 2 producers for all of the crops. But if you see, and we are also trading, but whether we are taking care of the equality in terms of governance, in terms of distributions, in terms of, livelihood generation, this is not the case. So even that kind of policies are hurting small farmers. So definitely, indeed, we have a top-down policies. And even for the trade policy, I don't see that the people or the industries are taking into account the zero hunger or climate actions. And because everything, whatever we do, has some spillover in the overall issues that we want to, that can affect this SDG goal in terms of achieving by 2030. So those things
Mishra, Dr. Mishra, can you wrap up in 1 minute? Thank you.
Yeah. So while we have progressed, in terms of nutrition, but still, it's food diversity, emphasis on food diversity is missing. Focus on staple food is not allowing to develop market for non-staple food, like, for fruits, vegetables. There is a lot of price uncertainty. Promoting small farm commercialization is not yet given a central agenda at the moment. I'm thankful that regional people like, FAO, AFA, and IFAD is thinking, but it should be visible in terms of actions and implementation in all South Asian countries. Climate change and vulnerability is there, and feminization is another, is the kind of transitions taking place. and women are taking up driver's seat, but they have inequality in terms of accessing resources on land and all. So definitely, there's a lot of issue we have now. How we should be defining food system for South Asia? It's a kind of debate at the moment. But I just took one definition where, because at the moment still we are thinking about addressing the food security, nutrition, and poverty reductions, and then bringing other stakeholders together. Either it's it's a food value chain, or the social actors, or industry, the market, the policies, and definitely the natural resources. But what I feel that at the moment when we are discussing this, the approach, we need to have a system thinking in our approach, and we should be doing some kind of analysis in terms of defining and understanding the system actors, system characteristics, and system behaviors. When we have those kind of discussions, this kind of churning, then we will be able to know what will be the desired food, what will be the desired direction for food system transformation in South Asia. But at the moment, I see that, as an individual, we can always give a healing touch to our nature, to the plant, to the human, and definitely for the well-being of each and every individual. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mishra, for a very comprehensive situationer based on evidence and data, both global and at the regional level. Thank you for that. And now we go for the next presentation. Friends and colleagues, our next speaker is the Food System Summit Dialogue Senior Advisor. And he was very instrumental and in fact the guiding force for most member states and civil society organizations, private sector, research institutions to make commitments for the food system. Friends, let's welcome David Navarro to talk about Beyond the Food System Summit, from commitments to action. Over to you, Dave.
Thank you very much indeed. I am absolutely honored and delighted to have been invited to this South Asia Food Systems Regional Consultation and to have the chance to share with you my own understanding of where food systems can go in the coming months and years, and how that process of food systems transformation is being supported through the follow-up to the United Nations Food Systems Summit of September last year. Just a couple of words about myself. I'm a public health doctor, and I have spent a lot of my early years living and working in South Asia. I've been working a lot recently, both on food systems transformation and on COVID-19, and I'm interested in the number of references to the pandemic in the comments that I've heard so far. I'd like at the beginning to pay respect to all the senior officials and guests that are here today, the chief guest and others, and the organizers of this really important event. I'd like you to accept that I've observed protocols as I now go into my 10 minutes of remarks. I'm just really wanting to share with you one key point today. It's the thing I most want you to remember from what I have said, and it is that the level of engagement in food systems transformation around our world is growing day by day, and that, I believe, is one of the most exciting and transformative developments for the future of the people of our world and of the planet herself. Quite simply, there is growing understanding that if food systems can be transformed, then the world has a much better chance of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, which means a much better world for my children, my grandchildren, and their children. looking ahead, I believe that we've started to turn a corner. But there's such a long way still to go. And it's that I want to talk about right now. I mean, already you've heard in the presentations today that shifting from a focus just on food security to one where we consider food systems is not just a change in words. It's a real shift in how we view food and the place of food in our daily lives. I sometimes call it the wide angle approach to food, recognizing that food has an enormous influence on people's health and well-being, as well as the health and well-being of the planet. And that perhaps it's best to say, we know that food is key for nutrition and health. We know that food and the way food is produced is vital for the future of our environments and ecosystems. We know the importance of food in climate, actually, that if we get food production right, we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and food can be better adapted to climate change. And then food production is key to the future lives and livelihoods of people all over the planet, particularly in rural areas, especially women and especially young people. So these 4 dimensions of food, nutrition and health, environment and ecosystems, climate and rural prosperity, particularly for women and children, are key to thinking in terms of food systems. And when we think in terms of food systems, we also don't just think about what's produced, even though that's absolutely the heart of everything, but we think about the people involved in food production, the people involved in consumption, the people involved in processing, the 2 billion plus people whose livelihoods come from food and food systems. They are absolutely essential. And we also think of the planet on which all food production depends. And so food systems thinking is about food, people and planet, and the relationships between them at all times. So that wide angle approach, an approach that sees the relationship between food and all 17 Sustainable Development Goals, was the approach that the Secretary General of the United Nations wanted to bring into thinking about food in the run-up to the Food Systems Summit last year. And listening to comments from several of you speaking already, and listening to comments from people all over the world, that discussion, that new way of thinking is now getting well established. And what it does is it means that when we're working on food, we need to work right across all the sectors of government. The Ministry of Agriculture is there in the center, but so many other sectors and ministries and departments have vital roles. And in addition, we also need to understand that different academic disciplines are needed. Social sciences, natural sciences, geographical sciences, biological sciences, all coming together in an interdisciplinary way. And food systems involve numerous different sectors, so it's multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder, and multi-level in the country. That way of looking at food, where you involve multiple sectors and engage many stakeholders at different levels in the country, sometimes challenges people who want things to be tightly confined in disciplines, in departments. But food systems working requires us to work across boundaries in a different way. So that's what happened in the run-up to the Food Systems Summit, and it continues now. 148 national governments decided that they wanted to organize national dialogues around the future of food systems. They teamed up with more than 1,000 groups who organized independent dialogues. Altogether in the national and independent dialogues, more than 107,000 people were involved in the dialogue process. And what does it do? It redefines the boundaries of your thinking. It opens you up to new areas of exploration. It helps you make to new connections on how you're going to work and to find new ways of working. And that leads, as we've seen in the Food Systems Summit, to new commitments. Of course, you will say to me, but David, the difficulty in food systems is the inequities and the fact that often the people who do most of the food production have so little access to power over how they can participate in food systems. And yes, the dialogues don't overcome that inequity that is often there, but it leads to much greater understanding of how power differentials and policy and practices are often closely interlinked. And it shows that, as we've heard already, through organisation and working together, some of these challenges of inequity can be addressed in practice. And we see it happening from movements of farmers and those who are working in food processing and food transport and food retailing, that they're coming together and working together in order to exercise their rights and to make sure that they can contribute better to sustainable and equitable food systems of the future. So I've told you that there's been a huge number of countries involved in this process. Just to summarize, 148 countries undertaking food systems dialogues. And then out of those countries, more than 111 of them working on pathways to the future of their food systems. And they're continuing to do this now all over the world, in country after country. And I would say particularly in Asia, where you are today, with new stakeholders coming in and being part of the exploration of the future of food systems, building on and using the pathways that were developed during the Food Systems Summit. We can now see in more than 100 countries there are steps being taken towards long-term food systems transformation in ways that contribute to greater equity, greater sustainability, and greater resilience that will benefit all of us in the medium and long-term future. Of course, the shocks happening in food around the world are very distressing. Covid-19 has affected hundreds of millions of people, and still we're experiencing the pandemic. It's not over yet. Climate change is accelerating, and farmers are the first to feel the results of climate change. Costs are rising, and some of those are influenced by events taking place in different parts of the world. In some cases, they're rising very fast. And then conflict is there in many locations and disrupts food systems and impairs the work being done by farmers and by fishers. So all I want to say to you as I finish my remarks is that the food systems revolution is here. There is an enormous upsurge of public engagement with energy being unleashed in this revolution. It is made possible through open, structured dialogues where the opinions of all are respected. It's also made possible through the enlightened behavior of governments, farmers, civil society, the private sector, science, indigenous people, women, young people, and all with an interest. And we are going to see in the coming weeks and months continued progress towards food systems that are nutritious and healthy, that are environmentally sustainable, that are good for and compatible with climate, and that contribute to greater well-being of all people, especially those who hitherto have not benefited from the opportunities that come with sustainable development. Thank you again for the chance to be with you today. If you are interested to know more about the Food Systems Dialogues process and about the results that are being achieved, and to see the synthesis of what progress is being made through the national pathways, please do look at the website www.summitdialogues.org. Thank you very much indeed for the chance to be sharing this with you today.
Thank you, David, for such an inspiring talk, for giving us a very interesting way of looking at food systems. It's the first time I hear about the wide-angle approach to food, and it's very nice to hear you speak about the relationship of food to other critical concerns such as climate change, and also expounding on how the food system approach makes people enter into multi-stakeholder dialogues to together understand the inequities that the current food systems bring, and then after understanding, begin how to address these inequities. Thank you very much for that, David. Okay. And now we go to our next part of this session. At this point, we will be hearing the commitments of member states about food systems, especially what they have committed during the food system process, together with reflections on how to address the challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. But before we move on, we would like to remind the speakers to please keep to the time, 10 minutes maximum, and then speak slowly because we have farmers here who need translation, and our translators need to be able to do their job well, need us speakers to talk a bit slower. So just a reminder for us all, especially those who are speaking. So we will have the first, this is alphabetically arranged as always in South Asia. We will first have our presentation from Bangladesh to be given by Mr. Faroj Al Mahmood, Research Director, Food Planning and Monitoring Unit, FPMU, Ministry of Food, Bangladesh.
Thank you, Esther Perenina. Can you hear me, Esther?
Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Yes, my video is...
Yes, you can try to turn on your video, but if it's not possible, we could...
The video is
yes,
on.
That's good. Yes.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay.
We can
just
hear you and we can see you.
Okay, thank you. Respected Chief Guest, Additional Foreign Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh, respected FAO, RAP Regional Program Leader, esteemed keynote speakers, Dr. Bokhtiar Hussain, Director, SARC Agriculture Center, Esther Peninua, Secretary General, Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development, Albert Boyrard, Country Program Manager and APFP Task Team Manager, IFAD, David Nobaru, Food System Summit Dialogues Senior Advisor, participant from member states, representative from Farmers Organization, Research Institute, private sector, media, and colleagues from Bangladesh. Good morning to you all. I am Faroj Al Mahmood, Associate Research Director from the Ministry of Food, going to present the outcomes of the Food System National Dialogue and Bangladesh commitment at the UN Food System Summit. I am sharing my screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Actually, you know that Bangladesh participated in the UNFSS process last year. Proceed was led by APMU of the Ministry of Food, 3 national dialogues and 6 sub-national dialogues and 23 independent dialogues held. Following this dialogue, the country has made the pathway document, which shows the ways to the sustainable, resilient, and equitable food system in Bangladesh. Some highlights of the national pathway documents. Remarkable progress in agriculture has been achieved in Bangladesh. Diversification and good agriculture practice, operational prioritize more research on input use efficiency and productivity. Sustainable intensification, diversification, emission reduction, and increasing resilience of production through adoption of agroecological practice and agri-food system modernization, including use of nanotechnology and development of ocean and blue economy will be prioritized. Increase investment for smallholder farmers, cottage, micro, small and medium enterprise, and market facilities with ICT use, storage, transportation, and communication infrastructure will be enhanced. Then producer group formation, financial service for the small farmers, vocational training and strengthening capacity will be enhanced. Social safety net for the poorest and most vulnerable sections of the people with their life cycle approach. Reducing food loss and waste will be given more focus. Ensure food safety, address malnutrition in all its forms. These all are relevant to SDGs. One health approach where greater coordination and collaboration between different ministries, divisions, and agencies will be responsible for safeguarding human and animal health. Priority actions will be taken to reduce climate risk and make food system more resilient. Commitment organized under 5 UN Food System Summit action areas, that is nourish all people, boost nature-based solution, advance equitable livelihood, decent work and empower communities, build resilience to vulnerability, shocks and stress, accelerating the means of implementation. These are the 5 action areas. We have commitments under these 5 action areas. We have a lot of commitments, but very shortly I am presenting here. In national, under the action area 1, about the issue is reduce food loss and waste. Here we have many priority actions: a national strategy on food loss and waste, national action plan, awareness building, shortening the value chain, and encouraging consumption of locally produced and indigenous food. These all actions are relevant with the SDGs, and we have set the ministries for implementing these actions. At the last, at the rightmost column, the relevancy ministries who will actually implement these actions. Then food safety, best food practice, enforcement of regulatory system, and capacity strengthening of Bangladesh Accreditation Board, modern food testing laboratories, implementation of food safety strategic plan will be set up. Then priority for routine primary health care and antenatal care, investment in programs and approaches to promote optimal dietary pattern, nutrient intake, and enhance demand for healthy and sustainable diets. Then roll out national school meal program for providing nutritious food to students. Behavior change with breastfeeding and increased consumption of affordable diversified diets, including awareness regarding overweight, obesity, and increasing incidence of non-communicable diseases. Strategy for promotion of bio-fortified crop varieties and fortification initiative, particularly in salt and edible oil. Social safety net for broader human development, particularly the poor, and economic growth. Strengthen social protection for the poor and vulnerable based on a life cycle approach. Scale up adoption of government to person payment system, government to person payment system. Then adoption of agrological practice, agri-food system, blue economy. This has been highlighted in our pathway document. Research and technology will support focus on improving input use, efficiency, and productivity. And our agriculture has already started good agriculture practice that will be promoted. The knowledge and capacity of farmers use nature-based solution is highly encouraged. Water-saving technologies reduce harmful pollution and greenhouse gas emission will be reduced. Developing reliable and sustainable access to energy. Producer groups will be formulated, backward and forward linkages, private investment in inputs, agri-food products, and services in remote areas will be given more emphasis. Capacity building of women and gender-related discrimination will be eliminated. Vocational training and entrepreneurship development for the youth will be encouraged. Increased investment to equip smallholder farmers and cottage, micro, small, and medium enterprise with technical and financial support will be given. And all these actions are relevant with SDGs. Also, these are relevant with the plan of action of the food and nutrition security policy that we made, and we have put the responsible ministries and agencies to actualize these actions. For action area 3, that is advanced equitable and livelihood, decent work and empowered communities, priority actions, rural growth centers market, and enhance storage, transport, and communication infrastructure, reduce intermediaries, and improve the profitability of smallholder. Encourage formation of producer group, contract farming, and increasing cooperatives and profitability of the farmers will be taken care of. Technical support for financial services, including mobile financing, expand use of ICTs and market linkages, and market infrastructural development will be given more emphasis. For One Health approach, ensure prevention and environment-related human and animal health threats that will be given more emphasis. And under the action area 4, issue is resilient food system. The actions are research and development on integrated food system and strengthening institutional collaboration and capacities, and strengthening multi-risk early warning system, strengthening innovation in climate change adaptation with a focus on coastal areas. Under the action area 5, coordinated government, strengthening capacity of all actors in governments, sustainable infrastructure, establishment linkages between food system and health system, and database and mechanism of food system will be enhanced. You know,
can you wrap up in 1 minute?
Our Honorable Prime Minister actually joined this summit, and she made some 5 asks. These are here. I am not uttering this. You know this, and our strategy with coping the COVID-19 challenges. You know that Bangladesh government has increased their yearly budget that 12% higher than the last year's budget. And there is 1,284.4 billion BDT, Bangladesh Taka, that is 15 billion US dollar is a stimulus package. This includes many food supply, food security, and many safety net programs. And our ongoing 5-year plan prioritize recovery from the pandemic and acceleration of growth we are on track of graduation from LDC category to developing country in 2026. Our pathway document is we are leading the coalition for action to climate resilient development pathways, coalition on healthy and sustainable diets, zero hunger and school meals are other coalitions we are examining. We have just ensured or joined one coalition that is on healthy and sustainable diet, that is on climate change development pathway. This is from our side and all the presentations. We are committed to ensuring a better life for all. Thank you for patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Mahmood, and really congratulations for all the commitments, the plans and the commitments that you have made to have inclusive and healthy food systems in Bangladesh. One thing I learned from your presentation is the CMSME. So I always say only MSME, but yeah, we should include the C, the cottage industry.
That is
so
cottage.
thank you. Yes, thank you for that. So now we move on to our next presentation from Bhutan, to be made by Mr. Karma Chering, Chief Police and Planning Division, Ministry of Agriculture and Forest. Sir, you have 10 minutes and please speak a bit slowly for translation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to FAO for organizing this, and also I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Takayuki and Mr. Moderator from FAO. Thank you to all the keynote speakers. I would also like to acknowledge the support collaboration extended by FAO, WFP, IFAD, UNDP for Bhutan's Food System Summit preparation and coming up with our own food system pathways. With this, I will also like to take this opportunity to say that this has been a very good consultative process dialogue, which has led to a very good transformative kind of an ARNA sector for us. We call it ARNA sector, which includes forest, livestock, and beside agriculture. So I will share the presentation and then give a brief presentation on overall process of the Food System Summit Dialogue of Bhutan. Very briefly.
Can you share in slideshow, sir? Because we could see the notes.
Really? I showed the slideshow. I did share.
You should click up in your, yeah, that one will be great. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so just to remind that the food security has been now given a top priority from His Majesty the King himself, and this is the quote that I will not read, but I've shared my presentation with the FAO if people are interested to have a look at our food system dialogue. These are the processes that underwent for doing the Food System Summit, which we did pretty fast. However, we did cover our country's whole districts. We also submitted our food system pathways document with the 8 transformative kind of a pathways for Bhutan to undertake for the ministry as well as for the country. So these are the 8-fold pathways which we have named it. The securing the production, enhancing value, standards, and markets, and most importantly, unleashing the digital power, which is now looked upon for solving lots of and making it impactful and effective. Other area is securing financing and investment, which is, I think, key component for every country, especially poor developing countries. In many of our developing countries, we are not investing much in science and technology. For that matter, research is one component which is being left out because of the not having the impact right in upfront. So, but however, we recognize this is the important component. If the country needs to have a sustainable kind of thing, we need to invest in science and technology. The other aspect from this is also the nutrition aspect, which we are focusing very highly because of the importance that it has. So the environmental conservation will be part and parcel of every development aspects of Bhutan. And then finally, I think the most important is to build the capacity of the technical people, as well as partnering with different stakeholders, development partners, UN agencies. So our pathways, we have developed it to take action within 3-year span of time. We in the first year, which started now 2022, we are trying to reimagine the foundation, in the sense that we are looking at what is there and what needs to be developed, what needs to be planned, what kind of a policies, strategies needs to come in place, what is in the place if need to be reviewed, and all these things are going to be happening in this, and it's already happening. So based on this foundation, now we have to strengthen those foundation by bringing in concrete kind of a plan and action, which will then facilitate the agencies, ministry, to look at how we can. After this, the third year, we will be then, going into strengthening and revamping all those areas which we have invested, areas which we have focused and prioritized. So these are the 3-prong action plan that we have focusing for the ministry. Just to give some details in terms of what are the areas that we are trying to, reimagining the foundation. As I said, like all those areas, developing the comprehensive plans, which if we do not have, if we have review and see whether those things had worked or not worked. And then also one of the major component that we are looking at is, developing the financing proposal for irrigation, because this is the major challenges that many of the countries are facing, and especially Bhutan, even though we have good source of water, but the problem is with this. So some of the major area that we will be focusing is also on technology, but at the as I said, but these are mainly from the problem from the human wildlife conflicts. Still going on with some of the areas of the reimagining the foundations, we are looking at how we can come up with the digital tools, the food system dashboard, or whatever we call it, based on the context of the country. We are also thinking about developing and instituting an infrastructure fund for the sustainability purposes. Quite a huge amount of fund is being invested in the area of irrigation, farm routes, land development, technology. So we have been mostly been through the generous support of our donor and also the UN agencies. Quite a lot of things have been happening in that area, but I think we need to have a sustainable kind of a fund down the line where we can also based on the priority, invest. So these are some of the areas, the climate change is one area which I think everybody has highlighted, and it is going to be the more focused and important areas because of its impacts to the country, both from the adaptation as well as the mitigation perspective. So as I said, during the second year, this is where we will be rolling out all this, the foundation that we have built, reimagined through different means. we are also looking at convening the food system dialogue conclave or agribusiness conclave. So for that, we would be reaching out to our development partners, UN agencies, to get guidance, support on how we can do those things. Especially, we feel this is very important for other sectors to collaborate and come in. So the third year, this is where we will be implementing lots of all those what we have already said, to get the impacts of what we have planned and what we have strategized. So lastly, I think from my brief presentation, what we are planning is, this particular food system pathways has become a very, very good, information and also source of information for other sectors in terms of collaborating, in terms of networking. So we are now developing the ARNA strategy 2030, which will be the guiding document for our ministry. So this food system dialogue pathways has been and will be one of the major input for this ARNA strategy. And we are also now revising our food and nutrition security policy, keeping in view of the current situation, upcoming priorities. So this, again, this system pathways will be one of the key ingredients to give the policy directives. The most important elements are also now we need to strategize and plan our pathways, which we have outlined in our detailed report. We are working on how we want to come up with the strategies and plan. The most important, I personally feel, for the successful implementation and the impacts of this the food system pathways is to come up with the investment proposal. So we already had some dialogues with the FAO colleagues in terms of developing an investment proposal for the ARNA sector, which can become the mother kind of investment proposal. So anytime we get a collaboration, support, interest from the donor, international agencies, UN agencies, we can just look at this investment proposal and then make it specific for those areas. So these are some of the area bigger thinking that we have, and then as I said, like other area is to come up with the food system conclave or symposium for donors, international bodies, and NGOs, private, to see how we are going to do. So this is something that we are planning by 2022. This year, if things go well, we will have some kind of a food system conclave in Bhutan. And finally, I wanted to also inform that networking and collaboration is the key for the transformation of our sector. Without the collaboration and the networking support from every angle, every society, every walks of life, I think it will not be possible. So we need to have now look at how we can really build this network, how we can have a stronger collaboration. Otherwise, without this, I think I personally feel the food system will not be transformed. We will be doing same thing. So we need to really now think how we can transform through the collaborative approach. From the transformative, innovative measure needs to be put in place. So for this, I think the Ministry of Agriculture, or for that matter, from Bhutan, Ministry of Agriculture and Forests will not be able to transform our agriculture system by one ministry alone. So that's why we need to outreach. We will be doing lots of outreach. So
Sorry, can you wrap up in 30 seconds?
So finally, once again, I want to thank FAO for this opportunity. Unfortunately, I'll have to leave after my presentation, as I have one urgent meeting that has been called. If anybody wants to connect and link, I'll be very happy. My contact is with FAO. Thank you very much. And to Mr. David Nabarro, thank you very much for guiding us and also extending support, full energy. Really appreciate your enthusiasm and dedication to this food system pathways. Thank you very much, and good day to all, and stay safe.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sharing, for sharing us your eightfold pathway with 3-year action plan in 3 major areas: reimagining the foundation, strengthening the foundation, and then ramping up the impacts. Very nice keywords to highlight what is your plan. Okay, thank you for that. And next, now we move to Maldives. We will have Mr. Ali Amir, Director, Agriculture Training, Extension, and Adaptive Research Section, Ministry of Fisheries, Marine Resources, and Agriculture of the Maldives. Sir, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, respected Chair. I hope my presentation is visible now. Yes, respective Chair and the keynote speakers and the moderator of the session, Pierre Farad, a very warm welcome for this very important seminar. I'm honored to be invited and being participated in this very important seminar. Let me just start with the brief background of the Maldives with my presentation. The Maldives is an island nation which is located in the Indian Ocean, close to India and Sri Lanka. The archipelago consists of 1,192 islands, and it covers an area of 895,000 square kilometers. So the islands of Maldives, it is very low-lying, like on the picture that you are seeing over there. The average height of these islands are just 1 meter from above sea level. And the economy of the Maldives, it depends on tourism, and fisheries also play a good role in Maldivian economy. And agriculture, when it comes to agriculture, the share of agriculture contributes just 1.3% of the GDP. It was just an average from 2016 to 2019. And when we talk of the suitable area for cultivation, the approximate amount is 2,670. So you can imagine it's very small island nation, and the available scale of land, it is very limited for Maldives. And right now we have more than 50 islands leased for agricultural purposes, for agriculture development. And the agriculture production is very challenging for Maldives. The plant production industry is very challenging. The kind of challenges that we have been facing right now is that lands, the available land, already it is a limited land, and the land surface been degrading due to continuous use for agricultural purposes. And the groundwater itself is getting contaminated over time. And the plant stress is getting increased because of the extreme weather events. The COVID-19 crisis, we have also been badly hit like other countries of the world. Since February 2020, we have been experiencing, we are in the crisis of COVID-19 crisis. So here is the short timeline of what actually happened in Maldives. On 3rd February 2020, the restricted entry of all passengers, regardless of nationality, except for Maldivian citizens. And then again, the public health emergency was declared on 12th March. And since then, there were so many actions taken place, and there were total restriction of transportation happened during March. And that restriction went on till 15th July 2020, where borders reopened and tourists starts to come to Maldives. So during that period, it was very challenging for the agriculture and fisheries sector as well. The impact was very huge. The major export of the Maldives used to be fish, and the fish export was declined rapidly because the international price of skipjack, yellowfin tuna, big eye tuna, it was dropped to drop by 40%, and it was really difficult at that time because there were no flights operating, and the vessels to ship these products, it was very difficult at that time. So in response, the government announced 100 million rupiah loan facility targeting the fish exporting business to meet the working capital requirements. So it was a great help for the fish exporters to remain in the industry. So, and when it comes to agriculture, the agriculture product supply was heavily disrupted during the first few months of the COVID-19 period. Right now, I just mentioned from March to July, it was totally restricted. Both domestic and international travels. So for the farmers, it was really difficult. The major market hub used to be Male, the capital city. So it's from the farming islands, that's where the farmers bring their producers. So it was very difficult for them to send their producers at that time. So in response, a state-owned enterprise, Agro-National Corporation, was established as a platform for farmers to market and sell their producers. And from the government side, another key initiative was that we have identified 17 crops under the important substitution program to be produced on 44 dedicated islands for contract farming. It's been going on since then, and during that time, President declared some of the concessions like leasing the lands for agricultural purposes for rent-free for the next 3 years. So many of the island councils have released land and provided additional concessions to support the expansion of agriculture produce in their respective islands. And at the same time, to accelerate the agriculture production in urban areas, urban gardening models have been introduced in Greater Mada area, as well as other major population hubs. Because in Maldives, we believe that we can't just simply rely on the production that's happening in the island level. The food security, in terms of food security, the availability and accessibility is going to be more easier in times of crisis like COVID-19. It is very important to have such kind of production going on in the urban areas as well. So this activity has been given very much importance in this period. And some of the commitments given during the food summit last year was that introduce more resilient climate smart agriculture in Maldivian agriculture system. And another key commitment was to increase the investment into sustainable regenerative food production, distribution, and consumption models. And again, there are other three key commitments. One of them is to invest in renewable energy for value addition, especially fish processing, water production, food distribution, reducing the cost of food and its carbon footprint. So there are so many activities that are already under implementation upon the commitments already here. And the fourth commitment was to adopt traditional crops to reduce the food waste at retail and household level, because the demand for commercial food products is very high, and we need to invest in the adoption of the traditional crops So this has been ongoing right now. And water, that's the one of the major challenge that the farmers right now are facing in the island level. The groundwater, it's getting contaminated, it's getting salinized over time. So to overcome these challenges, the water harvesting, conserving groundwater aquifers, and increasing investment in agroforestry were identified as key important element in national food and agriculture policy. So here are some of the programs currently.
Sir, can you wrap in 1 minute? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try. So here are some of the current programs that are already under implementation. One is the hydroponics backyard hydroponics introduction program that has been going on over the country, and right now we have introduced these systems into 40 different islands, and it is still going on. And here are some other key programs that are already under implementation: the infiltration gallery, drip irrigation system, protected cultivation, integrated pest management approaches, and Maldivian good agriculture practice scheme implementation, improved seed variety introduction, post-harvest processing. All these are currently under implementation. And here are some of the potential sector development approaches for the Maldives. One key approaches is the integrated nutrient management, its implementation, and the infiltration gallery, as well as the onboard cold storage facility operated by solar energy for vessels transporting perishable goods to market. These are very important for Maldives. And in terms of the urban gardening concepts, the vertical farming and the indoor farming components, these are very crucial components for Maldivian agriculture sector development. That's all for my presentation. Thank you again. Once again, I would like to thanks for FAO and South Agriculture Center, as well as AFA, for organizing this very important event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali Amir, for sharing the impact of COVID-19 to agriculture in Maldives. And I'm sure that your experience resonates with most of us. And thank you also for sharing your 5-point commitment and listening to your presentation. In AFA, we are very interested in your commitment number 4 on traditional local crops, because we are also embarking on a similar project on forgotten foods and neglected and underutilized crops. So we hope we could look into some possible synergies in the future. Okay, so thank you for that. Okay, so now after listening to 3 presentations from member states, we will now listen to presentations from civil society. And I'm glad to call our colleague in AFA, Irish Bagilat, coordinator for our agenda on the UN Decade of Family Farming and on women farmers, not to talk about our involvement and our commitments for food system. Irish, you have the floor. 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Esther. So I will have to time myself. And again, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. So it's an honor to be presenting with you the initiatives, the key messages that we have gathered during the Food System Summit processes last year, and also the ways forward that we wanted to embark on for the coming years. So again, my name is Irish, and I am with AFA. So, okay, so I hope you can see my screen. So as already mentioned by Ms. Esther earlier in the opening session, AFA was able to organize independent dialogues along with the following partners: INOFO, which will be speaking after me, World Farmers Organization, the Pan-African Farmers Organization, and Pacific Island Farmers Organization Network. And of course, with the National Farmers Organization that are members of AFA, members of INOFO, members of World Farmers Organization, and also other CSO partners. So all in all, these are the independent dialogues that we have discussed. And we believe that the Food System Summit processes, which started, I think, as early as May, at least for the independent dialogue, it gave the farmers organizations, the CSOs, spaces to share our challenges, and also highlight, more importantly, highlight our roles in the food system and in transforming the current food system. And it is our hope that while we share these multidimensional roles that family farmers and fishers have, that our partners, the government, the resource partners and research institution will valorize our knowledge and our contribution. So as we always say, and as we have highlighted during the Food System Summit, that farmers do or are more than food producers. And in fact, farmers have been innovating and creating new knowledge. They have survived using indigenous knowledge and wisdom. And we have brought these solutions during the independent dialogue. And we even produce some documents that we are happy to share with everyone, highlighting the solutions that we wanted to be scaled out further. And we also believe, and this is one of our core message, that it is through our organization that we address our collective issues, that we push for our collective voice. And through our organization, we are able to sit in the table along with all the decision makers. And we want to continue to push these successes so far. And more importantly, we push these as we contribute to transforming the food systems in South Asia. So again, we wanted to highlight these, that farmers' innovation are very important, because we are now in a changing climate, and the systems that the farmers have developed are considered to be resilient. And we are happy to work hand in hand with research institutions to merge this indigenous knowledge with emerging knowledge and technologies that are critical to adapt to the changing climate and to the changing landscape in South Asia. So this is just an overview of what we have pushed forward, what we have highlighted during the dialogues that we have had. So as you can see here, what we have been saying is that farmers and fishers are actors within each of the segment of the food system, and from production, processing, distribution, and consumption. And during the independent dialogue, we have highlighted our solutions along ecological and organic production systems, sustainable fishing, climate change adaptation, and also strategies to empower women and farmers at various levels, be it within their own organization, at the local level, at the national level. And also, we have highlighted some of the strategies that we have done to successfully advocate for what the farmers' needs and demands are. And all these, we see that they contribute to food security and nutrition, both in the rural and urban areas, and also at the farmer level, it contributes to addressing the systemic issue of poverty, malnutrition, and also degradation of the ecosystem. So this is somehow the summary of what we have highlighted as solutions that the farmers can bring into the food systems transformation. And I just want to mention that in particular for AFA, AFA has been, as a regional network, has been strengthening its farmers organization, again, so that these farmers organization can bring the collective voice of their members into the policy processes, and also provide services, economic services that their members demand. And again, all these to help address the challenges that farmers are experiencing. And in AFA, and as we continue to be engaged in the food systems dialogue, we will continue to push for the following. So the next slides that I will be sharing are some of the game-changing solutions that we think can be adopted in the different countries in South Asia. And we hope that these can be integrated into the plans moving forward. So again, I wanted to highlight these. This is one of the core message. We hope that governments and other partners will continue to strengthen farmers' organizations and cooperatives and see them as enablers in transforming the food system. And what we have seen so far and what we are saying, and of course, based on experiences, family farmers organization have a wide reach. They have their members and they can facilitate and upscale many of the solutions that they have developed by themselves and also developed by the government, the research institutions. And that, family farmers organization, as they become strong, they can even participate in the decision making processes and contribute in developing appropriate plans for the agriculture sector. So as mentioned earlier for AFA, we have highlighted this during the dialogue, and we want to continue working around this theme. And this is also our commitment to push for securing rights of farmers and fishers to natural resources. And the slides below are some of the examples that we have seen that worked in various contexts. And then also in AFA, we have been pushing for agroecological and sustainable agriculture, and we will continue to engage in agroecological initiatives. We actually are part of the coalition on agroecology, and there are upcoming initiatives that I will be sharing later. But as you can see, these are some of the examples that we will continue to promote and we will continue to work on with our partners. And also,
just 1 minute.
Yeah, okay, I'll just go through this. So also this is in India. So we will continue to scale up and promote sustainable fishing, and also climate change adaptation strategies. And we will continue to support the empowerment of women farmers, young farmers. There are already tested mechanisms such as the establishment of National Young Farmers Committee. And we will continue to strengthen agricultural cooperatives, farmers cooperative. And some of the examples that we can learn from are the examples of Self-Employed Women's Association in India, AgriCoop, well, that's in Southeast Asia, but Nepal AgriCoop Central Federation in Nepal. And these are some of the initiatives that we have highlighted. So again, we call on our partners to help us work towards strengthening cooperatives so that they can better provide economic services to their members. And we have seen many evidence that cooperatives were able to increase the income of their members and farmers. So we will continue to push for pro-farmer policies, push for access and control to productive resources, and also partner with you to increase resilience of farmers. And we will continue to maximize existing mechanisms, tools at the national and regional level. So we are promoting the UN Decade of Family Farming in countries in South Asia as well. And as mentioned, we are part of the Agroecology Coalition and Family Farming Coalition, and we hope to work with you on these as well. And as mentioned earlier by Ms. Esther, we are part of the collective action on forgotten food and collective action on inclusive digital agriculture transformation. So the first project under the collective action on forgotten food will be in India, and this will be in partnership with GFAR, with APAARI, and with MSSRF. And we are also launching this Million Voices. This will be my last slide, Million Voices initiative, and I'm sure that we will be engaging many of you. So that's from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irish, for highlighting the involvement of AFA and its commitments to the food systems, as well as the actions that it's currently undertaking to push through with the commitments. Okay, friends and colleagues, if you would note in our concept note and in our program, we are supposed to have our working break right now, but we still have two speakers who would want to really say their presentations before the break. So please I hope we could continue. It will be okay with you to continue with two presentations more and then the break. So we will like to call Dr. Shamika Mone, a colleague in the Farmers Movement, chairperson of the Intercontinental Network of Organic Farmers Organizations, or INOFO, to present to us their commitments and their work towards inclusive and healthy food systems. Shamika, you have the floor. 10 minutes.
Yes. Thanks, Esther. It's wonderful to see the discussion going on here since the beginning. Just to clarify, I am a researcher turned organic farmer and not a doctor by degree, but I am learning from organic farmers since many years, and proud to leave my PhD 7 years back. So just for the information I would have told earlier. But now I am in the process of learning from farmers since last 7 years. I just try to share my slide. Give me a second. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Yes, so basically within INOFO, I just want to give a brief history of what is INOFO, because it's not a new organization. It's a network of already existing organic farmer organizations. And here we specifically want to mention that we all are farmers. We try to not represent farmers, but we are ourselves want to speak for ourselves. Because in the past and in the present, we see many at local, national, international, many other stakeholders in the organic value chain do speak for farmers. And we have realized that it's been a struggle for farmers to even have their own voice within the organic network as well as outside the organic sustainable network. And that's why the importance of INOFO comes into play when we are speaking for ourselves. Yeah, this I have already mentioned. But just to mention, INOFO is a self-organized structure of organic farmer organizations within IFOAM Organics International. And hence has its own structures that they have developed by themselves, but still being a part of the umbrella organization of IFOAM Organics International. So when we continue to have this one membership going forward within IFOM Organics International, we still try to maintain our identity as farmer organizations going forward. Now, this is the, actually here, I would also like to mention that as we went through the pandemic and are still in the situation, all the dynamics have changed for us drastically. Like the earlier physical meetings after every 3 years then got reduced to 1 year meeting each other on the council of INOFO. And now it's almost like this, where we have hybrid events. There's many on the virtual platforms and only a few meeting in person. And that is something is a challenge for also running the organization, and still an opportunity because we can at least communicate with each other to take our all work on ground on the sustainable production that we do for years.
Shamika, if you are intending to change your slide, it's not changing. You're still on your first slide.
Oh. Maybe it's the internet. I try again. Can you see now?
Yes, we can see now.
The next slide. Okay. So yeah, so basically now it's this kind of a format where it's very difficult to understand the cultural dynamics and the backgrounds from where we all have come as organic farmers, and to build our own strategy plan going forward as an organization. But I think the Food Systems Summit dialogues where we participated last year definitely brought to us a communication channel, I think, which works perfectly in this situation to get to our membership in an effective way and come up with the solutions to these international platforms, which we were not able to do it that efficiently in the earlier years before pandemic. So I think it has definitely, with the stress and the situation dynamics with the pandemic, we have found one solution through the Food System Summit, which is the communication channels within the organization and outside. The slides don't go forward. Apologies for this.
Shamika, I can share your screen, Shamika.
Okay, I'm okay if you can share. Can I stop?
Yeah, can you stop sharing? Okay.
Yes.
Is it the right slide?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so just to mention again for the, now there might be many questions as to why do we repeat these slides again and again. But it's important to
understand. Shamika, because you have only like 2 minutes left, you could go to the slide where you stopped. Okay, you can tell Amir where to go. What slide to
Yes. Yeah, now it's correct.
Okay.
So in organic farmer organizations, as I said, we want the farmers to be on the decision-making process, and only those organizations, we call them as organic farmer organizations. Next, please. And so what we are doing with this continuous pandemic and what all dynamics we have is that we are finding solutions to the existing problems, and there are works going on at various levels. So now this is a picture from Philippines, where you can see the Bayanihan Women's Organization conducting a farmers field day and doing the morphological characters of several traditional rice varieties in the Davao city. Because these traditional varieties and the nutrition that they have sustained us through not only the pandemic, but the severe climatic stress that we have over the years before the pandemic, and which continues. Similar PGS activity in Sumatra. Next, please. Yeah, in Africa, we had this is just a representative picture, but farmers were not able to attend the seed fairs, which is a common activity for exchanging seeds, especially for those following organic and agroecology on their farms. And the limited access of seeds has, to a certain extent, reduced the diversity that they would eat normally, and has then eventually affected the nutritional security at various levels. But it's mainly about the seed festivals that farmers could not do and could not have the exchanges physically. Next, please. In Oceania Pacifica, that's the Pacific Islands, New Zealand, and Australia, local agroforestry-based multi-cropping systems still continue as during the pandemic. And as I said, because of this multi-layer system that we have, which harnesses sun to its maximum extent, and which is traditionally followed over the years, it has helped to build the resilience, which actually none of the modern technologies or seeds have helped to do so. So we continue to do that in this region as well. Next, please. Yeah, in many cases, now this is an example from Latin America, but this has similar cases has happened in rest of the world as well, where earlier we had the physical markets, like you can see the local markets every weekend or every day of a week. But now many people have shifted to online markets. And this many have done just by themselves, by figuring out through internet and trying to understand themselves. But imagine if there was a support from the government, support from some other organizations, it would be magical is what we feel, that without any support, we can convert our physical markets into virtual markets. And now many people's businesses have grown with the growing awareness on nutrition, growing awareness on health, with the pandemic, which has increased the sales of many organic farmers as well. Next, please.
You have 1 minute.
Yes, about to wrap up. So whatever works we were doing before the pandemic, we still continue to do. There are closed down of organic shops at a certain level, which were a very small scale, run by organic farmers. Then there are situations where people's organic businesses have flourished. But what I see overall is that we continue, and our ambition or the mission to unite organic farmers and support their voices of farmers at all levels continues, because the vision to give the nutritious, healthy food and protect Mother Earth continues. And it doesn't, all these bigger challenges, I think as the seed sprouts under stress conditions, for a seed to sprout, you need stress as well as opportunities. So it's that when the seed sprouts, and only with having moisture, its seed doesn't sprout. You need sun and wetness and moisture at a consistent thing. So I think these stresses have definitely helped to build the movement. And we continue with this. But the Food Systems Summit is where farmers should be involved. And just to connect you, as I saw many government department people joining these discussions, it's important to know that ALGOA is a platform, Asian Local Governments for Organic Agriculture, initiated by IFOAM Asia, where INOFO is a member. But this is a platform where government officials or departments become members and collaborate, work with civil society, working on organic agriculture and sustainable regenerative agriculture working together. So just as a brainstorm of going forward. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to represent our work in INOFO. I'm sure I've not covered all the points, but I try to represent our group here with the invitation from our dear friend and colleague Esther. And thank you for giving this opportunity for FAO, IFAD, and AFA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shamika, for presenting the work of INOFO and such beautiful pictures of organic farmers, which help us feel closer to the ground, to the people. And organic farming is really an initiative, a solution under the nature positive track in the food systems. And I know your movement, the organic movement, can find synergies with other member states and stakeholders, especially what you said about Algoa. So thank you, Shamika. And now for our last presentation before the break, we will have Dr. Fergus Sinclair, Chief Scientist, co-convener of the Transformative Partnership Platform on Agroecology, and is from the World Agroforestry Center, or ICRAF. He will be talking about the Agroecology Coalition, which is one of the fruits, one of the coalitions that were born from the UNFSS processes. Okay, over to you, Dr. Fergus.
So I'm delighted to have this opportunity to give you a very short presentation, so don't get worried. I've only got 4 slides, so you'll be able to get to your break very quickly. But they're important slides because the world is changing. Since the HLPE, that's the high-level panel of experts, report on agroecology from the Committee on Food Security, the tables have turned and there's a real change happening in terms of the seriousness with which agroecology is being taken at national and international levels, as well, of course, as it has been locally in many places. So the coalition is a coalition of the willing. And that is really important because what has been holding up the use of agroecology to transform food systems has often been difficulty in getting everybody to agree. And if you have to have consensus before you can take action across a very large number of constituencies, then it's often difficult to make progress. And if you do get agreement, it's often watered down. And we could see that, for example, in the way that the HLPE report during the process of developing the policy convergence, the recommendations at the Committee on World Food Security that came out from that, they were much less transformative than the original report. So here what we have, and it's fantastic that UNFSS was a process in which people could take part. So the coalitions are voluntary, and this means that you can make progress along the lines that you want. And already there are 30 countries, including the European and the African Union, and over 50 organizations that have joined this coalition. So it's already moving really fast and furious. What is it trying to do? It's very ambitious. It's all about action, and it's all about applying the universal agroecological principles at local levels. And what is required nationally, regionally, internationally to support that process of implementing agroecological transitions. And obviously, the principles relate to improving resource efficiency through input reduction and recycling, strengthening resilience through soil health, animal health, biodiversity, managing the synergies of the interactions at a system level, and economic diversification. But very importantly, ensuring social equity through co-creation of knowledge, social values and diets, fairness, connectivity amongst particularly producers and consumers, because we're interested here in whole food system transformation, responsible governance, and participation throughout the entire process. And that happening across scales from the farm through the landscape to the whole food system. And just one thing on the principles, they're very well explained in their relationship to the 10 elements of agroforestry of FAO that are fully incorporated in the principles. But there are 3 areas where we are working to refine the principles at the moment. to ensure that agroecological intensification is clearly included, to ensure that water and fish are fully included, and to look at nesting these principles to try to simplify keeping them all there, but putting them together so that we can talk about a smaller number of things than 13. So the Agroecology Coalition is related to the Committee on World Food Security in the HLPE report, and also to the Group of Friends of Agroecology in Rome, where the ambassadors to the, or a group of the ambassadors to the Rome agencies have been trying to support the development of agroecology, and were instrumental in getting agroecology onto the agenda in UNFSS. And the Transformative Partnership Platform on Agroecology, which is really more focused on evidence and on translating that evidence and evidence-based policy. So the slides will be available to you afterwards. There are links where you can go and get more information. There's a very simple article in Rural 21 that explains how the tables really did turn during UNFSS. Originally, agroecology wasn't on the agenda. By the end of the process, the strongest coalition emerging from, in terms of the number of countries signed up to it, is the Coalition on Agroecology. So really revolutionary. Now, there is an interim steering group made up of representatives of countries from each of the regions and from the constituent organizations like research, CSOs, different types of organization. And that is moving to create a permanent governing body and a secretariat that will report to that steering committee. So far, 5 working groups have been set up, one on policy, one on research and innovation, which the TPP is particularly concerned with, and one on public and private investment. There's then 2 more that cut across these on communication and advocacy, and bringing it all together on implementation and focusing on actions taken nationally and locally on the ground. Now, David Nabarro talked about interdisciplinary research, but the coalition is about going further than that. It's transdisciplinary. And I think it's really important that we understand that. It's not just mixing disciplines together in an old-fashioned view of science. It's actually making the science transformative by being problem-oriented, or problem-focused, solution-oriented, involving stakeholders and their knowledge in the process, so the co-creation aspect, and being reflexive in methodology so that you change your methods evolve in order to ensure that action is resulting and transformation is resulting from the innovation that happens. That's all I'm going to say. You've got the links to join the coalition. There's a coalition website. Please get on that, download the form and join the coalition. Particularly important for member states, but also CSOs, well, any organization that will sign up to the 13 agroecological principles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fergus. You really kept to the time, even finished ahead of time. And thank you for that. And thank you for presenting the work on the Coalition of Agroecology, especially the principles it espouses. AFA is proud to say that we are a member of this coalition. We are one of the 2 family farming organizations who are members of this coalition. The other one is ROPA, which is an alliance of West African farmers organizations. And what we like in the agroecology as a solution is that it has in its 13 principles the areas for that promotes social equity, and we think that agroecology as a solution is the only one, if not is one of the, if not the only one, coalition that really promotes social equity. So hope currently the only Sri Lanka among South Asia member states is a member of this coalition, right, Fergus? So I second the motion of Fergus to encourage the others to join the coalition, especially hearing from your presentations earlier that you are for sustainable and climate resilient agriculture with farmers participating in these endeavors. Again, thank you very much, Fergus. And that ends our first set of presentations for session 2. We still have 4 more to go, but we will pause here for a break. We will have a 15-minute break where you could stand up, maybe do some exercises, take coffee or tea or some snacks, or make a phone call. So this is 15 minutes free, and please come back after 15 minutes. 3, 12, what's that? That is 2, what time is that? I'm now lost with a time zone. 3 minus
1
so
p.m.
1.
in Dhaka.
1 p.m. in Dhaka. It's 3 p.m. here in Manila. So please come back at 1:15. Thank you very much. 1:15 Dhaka time. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Yes, we are now resuming our session we're still in session 2, and we will listen to 4 presentations. So we would like to call on our next presenter from Nepal. She is Ms. Sabnan Shivakoti Aryal, Joint Secretary, Food Security and Food Technology Division, MOALD, Nepal. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Esther, moderator of the session and all the distinguished delegates. Good afternoon from Nepal. I'm very pleased to join this meeting because I remember when we had this the national and provincial dialogues going on in the country. I was working as the provincial ministerial secretary, and I was the curator of the dialogue in the province. So it's very interesting to see, and the discussion is now leading to how we can translate our commitment to the action. So I'm very pleased to be here. My only challenge is because Esther asked us to speak slowly, so that I find really hard. I'll try. Okay, so I'll share my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, now we see it.
Okay, okay. So before I go on to the commitments, I will briefly touch upon what is the current agriculture system, food system in the country, and how COVID had impact during the pandemic. So I will just set the setting by sharing with you about the food system in the context of COVID in Nepal. As you all know that this is primarily agriculture-based country with more than almost one third of the GDP coming from agriculture, and this almost 60% of the population are dependent on agriculture. Therefore, this sector covers and impacts larger and wider section of the population. And primarily, this is an informal economy, and there are mostly smallholders having less than 5 hectares of land, 0.5 hectare of land. So this creates both the challenges in terms of competitiveness. When we talk about aggregation, quality, cost of production is higher for the smallholders. But again, we observed that during the COVID, smallholders were found relatively resilient because of the proximity to the market, and probably because many families came back home. So they had less challenges of the market at that time during the initial pandemic. And also because we see 30% of the GDP coming from the remittance, and with the global context, changing global crisis in the country. Currently, we can see the war, the conflict in Ukraine and Russia, and many other countries. So there is always a fear of this remittance economy going down in the country, because we have limited job opportunities in the country. And because of this, we are dependent on the remittance, which itself is a very vulnerable sector. And also we have seen the visible, as also mentioned by earlier speakers, that many land remains fallow, abandoned from farming. And because of that, also there is a growing feminization of agriculture, which is for some reasons this is positive indication, because now women also are into the market now, agriculture markets, but also the challenge with the access to finance concerned with the women in particular. And as also mentioned, that the South Asia region itself is very, very vulnerable, and Nepal is no exception. So these extreme events has definitely affected our GDP. Also 1.5 to 2% of the GDP is affected. And it negatively impacts food and nutrition security of the country. But when other external shocks like pandemic happen, then it definitely compounds those effects and negates our gain, which we have already achieved. And another area of concern for Nepal is the trade vulnerability, because we see that when you talk about the food system, the external trade is also equally important, because we import a lot of inputs from other countries, including fertilizer, corn for feed industries, and also many food products. So the soaring trade deficit in general, and also agriculture trade deficit in particular, is a matter of concern for us. And this has grown faster than non-agriculture trade, and with our food bill import is rising in the recent years. And if we further dissect this trade scenario, we know that we have very limited trade basket and limited trade partners. That means any changes in the bilateral or global policy definitely affects our food system, and also affects our food security and food sovereignty issue as well. So because of that, our food security missions, seed development programs, and trade-related investment has been there as a policy response after this COVID. And also in the recent time, the escalating prices of food and fuel and fertilizer has definitely increased the global food prices. And this can have huge repercussion in our food system. For example, 1/3 of the agriculture budget in ministry goes for fertilizer subsidy. That means when the price of the subsidy fertilizer grows, then huge chunk of money goes to the fertilizer subsidy, and then other development actions are affected by it. So as a response, we have been emphasizing on the organic agriculture and also on organic management, soil improvement, and other as a policy response. And if you look at the food and nutrition indicators, because although the nutrition indicators have improved in the recent times, but there is the disparity in terms of food security and nutrition security disparity among different provinces, different agroecological zone, and also among different strata of the population. So the issue of inclusion is very important here. And if you look at the recent study was done by the field nutrition gap analysis, we saw that cost of nutritious diet that consists of minerals and other requirements are more than twice as expensive as the diet that only meets the energy needs. That means that with this kind of external shocks, this will further aggravate the nutrition scenario and make the food more nutritious diet more expensive for the consumers. Again, there is the issue of safety is there. When we talk about the food system, we have to talk about the safe food concerns, and there is this issues of pesticide and antibiotics and other chemicals that are not sustainable are also an issue of concern for us. And of course, food loss, this post-harvest losses is also a very emerging issue. And then there was a lot of promotion of the local food in the relief program, during the COVID pandemic. During relief program, many of the local governments, they incorporated local food production in the packages, and then also in investment in the infrastructure. Post-harvest infrastructures have also increased in the recent times. So if we look at the general impact in the livelihood of the population, although there was initial impact was in terms of the disruption of the supply chain, but later this was more visible in terms of overall agricultural trade, overall agriculture food production system. And also there was a study done by National Planning Commission that showed that the impact was different across different sectors and also across different commodities. For example, poultry and floriculture sectors were hardly hit, whereas other sectors coped during the pandemic time. So, and we also observed best practices and learnings during the pandemic, and also some good policy measures. For example, one of the good practices was when the food relief programs earlier used to be only staple food, but during the COVID second wave, then local government started purchasing the local food and incorporating that in the relief packages. For example, butter, eggs were also included in the food relief packages. So these learnings we have also now incorporated in the regulation, the draft regulation that we are preparing. We have included this as the relief packages should be nutritious. And also strengthening market system. Some communities have done really well. One of the provinces started agriculture ambulance to rescue the unsold vegetables to the market. So a lot of subsidy on the agriculture transport was given, and online digital marketing came up very strongly. Role of agriculture cooperatives emerged very well in this time, and need for the market, additional market outlets were realized, and many new market infrastructures were also constructed. And there were other policy support, for example, enterprise survival funds and other promotion of agriculture insurance, skill development program for the youth. They were also good practices we observed. And one of the good practices observed was providing incentive to the my returnees for farming the abandoned land. So this as a many local government and province government initiated this program, although the impact is not very visible, but this was also as a best policy measures which we might want to use during our further development of the programs and planning. And also there were climate smart agriculture villages, climate responsive plans. They were also prepared as part of the COVID response. Now coming to the UN Food System Summit, the commitment actions, because their series of dialogues have re-emphasized that Nepal towards an equitable, resilient, and sustainable food system. And during the discussion, key challenges of Nepal's food system were identified, and also lessons from the COVID that I just shared earlier, they were acknowledged during the dialogues and based on which actions have been proposed. And when we talk about food system transformation, the sustainable production, sustainable harvesting, consumption, and also marketing were emphasized as the solutions. And various context pathways are identified based on those our experiences and all and the priorities of the different governments. And short-term, medium-term, and long-term actions were proposed. And also the role of different agencies have been identified in those pathways and actions. So broadly, 4 drivers were needed, identified to build resilience for the vulnerable communities. And so basically social drivers, talking about the social inclusion, economic drivers, similarly environmental drivers, and policy and governance drivers, each of these contribute and complement to the sustainable agriculture and for building resilience. So different role of different governments were also identified, and just to share on that, because many of these identified actions, they're already in implementation, but we just need more leveraging, maybe redefining some of them, and also renew the commitments from the government, private sector, and other agencies as well. And I would like to mention particularly about this action track 6, because all other countries, they have adopted 5 action tracks. But for Nepal, we have added one action track specific that is related with the Right to Food and Food Sovereignty Act, because our constitutions has provisioned it as a fundamental right, and this legal framework is very much required for a sustainable, food system in Nepal. And so, based on this act, we have been formulating drafting regulations, and we have been conducting provincial orientation, and some of the provinces have already started implementing these. Food councils have been formed. In food-related information center have been established. So many other policy commitments are already now in place after this act. Now, once the regulation will be finalized, I think it will open many areas for further collaboration in the future. And following the summit,
can you wrap up in 1 minute, please?
About to finish.
Thank
so
you.
Summit, 28 agencies, including the federal, provincial government, development partners, civil societies, CGIAR institutes, they have shared their written commitments to the government, to the National Planning Commissions, and we have realized that these commitments are there, but we also make many commitments. For example, during the climate change events or other events, but actions are committed, but then there is the limitation of the resources, and there is no proper institutional mechanism. Legal provisions are missing. So the commitment has also to be come forward with these arrangements in place. And as food system, also highlighted by our earlier speakers, there is the engagement of the multiple actors, multiple discipline, multiple sectors across the value chain. Therefore, role of National Planning Commission for Nepal, I see, is very important in steering, planning, and monitoring of the commitment, because what is the main monitoring mechanism to oversee whether these commitments have been achieved or not, or whether there is some extra emphasis needed in some areas. That has to be done closely, and for that, role of NPC is very critical here. And they have already initiated, because we have received the guideline from NPC that while formulating the program and budget for next fiscal year, use that our commitment as a reference document as well. So this has already begun, and also required is the coordination through existing high-level nutrition and food steering committee that is chaired by Vice Chancellor of NPC, and because that since the committee is already in place, I think that has to be to also act on monitoring of those the commitments, and also engaging stakeholders, including private sector, farmers group, cooperatives is required, because we have now the defined pathways, defined actions and activities, but the engagement of the stakeholders is very important at each phases of this implementation, and also need to initiate dialogue with the development partners. So that they integrate their commitment in their strategic framework as well as in the project and program they support. And lastly, we need to identify the investment priorities as well, because we have good lessons learned from the COVID pandemic, and similar crisis may happen in the future also. So for that one, what should be our investment priorities to cope with this kind of crisis, and contingency planning and preparedness and relief and responses, not only in terms of the natural disaster, but this kind of other external shocks is also equally important that we need to still further work on, and has to be under our plan, and revisiting our existing policies and the ongoing some preparation policies are under the process. So they also need to integrate this commitments into the policy priorities, and documentation of these best practices and then sharing among the regional countries is also very important. I think maybe SAARC Agriculture Center can play a role in this one. And lastly, because this whole dialogue initiation has been taken forward by United Nations, so I think their support in translating this commitment to action is very, very critical, and in converging the resources and prioritizing the actions. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sabnam Aryal, for your presentation also starting with the sharing of the impact of COVID-19 in Nepal. And I was particularly interested with what you said with reverse migration, because I saw it also happening in our farming community. And thank you also for highlighting the work of, you said it's actually the sustainable food systems is being implemented with your current act, the Food Sovereignty Act, because what we know in Nepal is that the farmers' organizations in Nepal are very actively engaging the government, and actually we are looking at how they are actively involved and trying to find a good model for farmers' organizations engaging the government on national food system and food sovereignty policies. So thank you for that, Ms. Aryal. And now we go to our next presentation from Pakistan. We would like to, we are happy to have Dr. Ghulam Muhammad Ali, Chairman, Pakistan Agriculture Research Council, Pakistan. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for inviting for this presentation. My colleague, Dr. Afridi, so he will present the presentation. Please.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all of my colleagues. I think the host will share the screen and the presentation, or either we can share the screen and presentation.
Amir, can you share the screen? Can you share the presentation? Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Next, please.
Next, please. Okay.
This is the somewhat about the population and the requirement of food in Pakistan. That currently we are about 215 billion, and our requirement is about 75 billion metric ton. And by the year 2050, population of Pakistan will be 350 billion, and our requirement will be 130 billion metric ton. Next, please. This is the resource base of Pakistan agriculture, that we have arable land of 58 million acres, cultivable base 20 million acres, and so many other related natural resource bases of Pakistan agriculture. Next, please. One thing I will mention, that agriculture system of Pakistan is pretty well, and the availability of food is not a big issue in Pakistan, because we are producing more than 27 million ton of wheat, 9.1 million ton of rice, 8.4 million ton of maize, similarly 60 billion liter of milk, 5.8 billion tons of potato, and so many other crops. But the issue is nutrition and utilization of the food, because you can see the figures of undernourishment about 20%, stunting in children about 40%, underweight children 29%, overweight 9%, anemia in children 54%, in even women 42%. So these figures are alarming, and all these are related to food and nutrition. No doubt the COVID pandemic, and we have learned a lot from the COVID, that how to tackle such shocks. No doubt that agriculture sector was not too much affected by COVID-19, as we have seen that the overall economy in the 2019 and 2020, Pakistan economy grew at -0.4%. But the agriculture sector, even in COVID pandemic, grew at 2.7%. What sectors affected by COVID? was mostly the fresh commodities, fresh vegetables and milk, because 2/3 of the milk sellers, they have reported, as per survey after the pandemic, the 2/3 milk seller reported that they were not able to sell their milk. Similarly, about 1/4 of the vegetable farmers reported that they were unable to sell their vegetable, and about 1/4 of the farmer reported that they were unable to purchase or find inputs for their crops. So, but after that pandemic and that kind of shock, how to tackle, we have now developed a very comprehensive action plan, especially the food and nutrition security dashboard at the ministry level, and how that dashboard works, that all the food commodities, vegetable, fruit data is coming from the provincial and district setup on monthly basis, and that dashboard work very smartly, that we are informing the policymaker about early warning, that where is the shock, where there is a production constraints or production issue, how to tackle that issue. And similarly, we have linked the nutrition data. No doubt that that data is biannual, after every 2 years, but all 135 district data has been linked with that dashboard, and each district's figures, like these figures, has been portrayed on the dashboard, and actions are taken that which district is more affected due to food and nutrition aspect. Next, please. Hello. Yeah, these were the 5 action tracks that were built during the UN Food System 2021. All these action tracks were, and this was a very marathon process, how to develop the thematic paper and working paper on all the action. There were a presentation and dialogue in each and every province of the country. Then on the federal level, a series of presentation and inputs. So these were the action tracks, and these tracks, the new action plan have been devised now, that will be presented next. Next, please. So how to make inclusive the food system of the country, that all the next, please, because it is I think partially portrayed. Yeah, next. No, how to make it inclusive, that all the 4 pillars of the food security and the 5 action track, these were categorized with the SDGs goals to make the system inclusive, and for developing action plan for each and every action track, pillar of food security pillar and SDGs. Next, please. Next. Yeah. What strategy adopted by Pakistan over all these 5 action tracks? For example, for action track 1, how to increase productivity and diversification of food and overall agriculture sector of Pakistan. Similarly, the action track 2 for sustainable and responsible consumption pattern, that we have developed with the help of FAO in the Ministry of planning, development, and special initiative, a complete comprehensive dietary guideline, then how to create awareness about the healthy and nutritious diet. Similarly, for action track 3, next please. Yeah, action for track 4 and action track 5. But the one sentence or the concluding commitment that Pakistan has expressed its high commitment to different SDGs for participating in various partnerships and coalition on zero hunger and healthy diets with all stakeholders, all international NGOs and the UN organization, how to attain the zero hunger and healthy diet targets by 2030. Next, please. So these were the game-changing propositions that were adopted in the UN Food System Summit with the consultation of all stakeholders, all organizations, with provincial stakeholders at federal level, that what we can do for action track 1, like on home grown food, productivity enhancement, for action track 2, awareness campaign for safe and healthy nutritious food, promotion of dietary guidelines, food labeling. Similarly, for action track 3, technology for environment friendly food production. Next, please.
Sir, please wrap up in 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. So these are the game-changing proposition for action track 4 and 5. Next, please. Yeah, this was the commitment of the government of Pakistan. So the previous one. Yeah. This is the government committed for during the UN Food System Summit, joining and collaborating with all the global forums and initiatives like Coalition for Action for Zero Hunger to accelerate the process of transforming our food system to deliver universal goals like zero hunger and good food for all. Action plan has been devised to achieve all these, and currently the prompt action has been taken by the ministry and the government of Pakistan. First, 3 years rolling growth strategies for agriculture sector, and second, that for climate change mitigation and tackling, that a mega project has been launched in the country for crop zoning and agriculture zoning in the country, so that the impact of climate change can be tackled. These are the 2 major action and initiative of the government of Pakistan for the commitment to achieve the commitment under UN Food System Summit. Next.
Thank you very much, officers from the Pakistan Agriculture Research Council. Indeed, the rates for stunting, underweight, and anemic children are very alarming. So I'm glad that in your commitments to food systems, you have pathways along diversified food, and as well as you're joining the coalition to end hunger and to have healthy diets, 2 coalitions. So all the best, sir, to your membership in these coalitions. Okay. And now we go to our presentation from Sri Lanka, our last presentation from the member states. So we would like to call Mr. ASM Roshan, Deputy Director, Department of Agriculture, Sri Lanka. You have the floor, sir. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Let me share my presentation. Hope you can see it. Right. So good day to you all. So let me briefly present the outcomes of the Food System National Dialogue and Sri Lanka's commitment at the UN Food System Summit. So as we all know, the US Food System Summit, it opened an important opportunity to discuss concrete actions with the participation of various stakeholders for the transformation of food systems. And it is essential to transform our food systems to sustainable and resilient ones for achieving the sustainable development goals. But we all have so much of challenges. The South Asian countries, especially amid of COVID-19 pandemic, we all have these challenges like prolonged drought, flash floods and other natural disasters associated with climate change, increasing arable abandoned lands, and also our farmers feel the agriculture becoming less profitable. So these are some of the challenges we are having. So I think it's common to all of these South Asian countries. So now the SDGs we want to achieve in order to transform the present food system. So Sri Lanka is committed to achieve 3 SDG Sustainable Development Goals. SDG 1 is no poverty, SDG 2 is zero hunger, and SDG 13, climate action in the context of agricultural policies and interventions, while other remaining 14 goals are to be addressed adequately and equally in the rest of the development agenda of the government. So let me move on to the steps we have taken for transforming the present food systems in the country to be more sustainable and resilient and inclusive in year 2030. So as the first step of transforming the present food systems in the country to be more sustainable, resilient and inclusive in 2030, Sri Lanka has developed a new agricultural policy. The policy aimed at refrain farmers abandoning agriculture and promote and encourage those in other employment pursuits to come into agriculture. And also promoting the production of high quality outputs using modern technological methods and also lowering of production costs are embedded in this agriculture policy. So through the contribution of agriculture, to GDP, we hope it could be easily improved under such an agricultural policy package. And there are several other steps I want to mention also, like emergency regulations on food supplies. Like with the global pandemic COVID-19, the crisis in food has become more serious as it impacts most severely on the most vulnerable communities, those who are living in poverty. So Sri Lanka has declared emergency regulations on food supplies to short-term emergency measures to ensure that the poorest of the poor and other most vulnerable communities are no longer faced with the threat of hunger. And also steps taken to promote nutritional sensitive home gardening, because the global pandemic has pushed the country to limit our imports and to find alternative solutions to keep the food systems alive. Same time, the food distribution system has also collapsed, making the scenario critical. In order to overcome this situation, the government has taken necessary steps to promote nutrition-sensitive home gardening, enabling most vulnerable communities to satisfy their food supplies and nutrition needs from the home garden. So there are several other steps are also there. The government has taken steps to produce adequate seeds and planting materials, because seeds and planting material, the quality seeds and planting materials was a major problem we are having. And also food-based dietary guidelines were developed by the Ministry of Health to take nutritional knowledge and message on correct dietary patterns to the community. And also in the fisheries sector, it developed a fisheries development plan that enables to achieve multiple objectives, including nutrition for the people and food security. And another step taken was to increase domestic production of livestock products like liquid milk, meat, chicken, and eggs by promoting small and medium scale producers. So these are the steps we have taken so far. And if I move on to Food System Summit National Dialogue outcomes, now the member state food system summits initiated with stage 1 dialogue in Sri Lanka, which was at the national level with the participation of all relevant national level stakeholders. And at the stage 2, the provincial food system summit dialogue organized by the respective provincial directors of agriculture with the participation of relevant stakeholders at provincial level, including representatives from private sector and farm organizations were conducted in all 9 provinces. And at the third stage, these issues, actions identified were prioritized and clustered under 3 thematic areas, and the discussions in the second national dialogue was centered on these 3 thematic areas, which you can see here. So the vision of Sri Lanka for sustainable food system is based on 3 aspirational pathways. Number 1 is achieving food and nutritional security and quality through sustainable food systems. Number 2 is poverty reduction through development of market-oriented inclusive agri-food value chains. Number 3 is integrating nature-positive production to make food systems sustainable and resilient. So if I elaborate further, in achieving food and nutritional security and quality to sustainable food systems, it included production of food crops, livestock produce, and fisheries, including inland and marine fisheries, to achieve national targets, and also food availability and usage. So in the second part, the poverty reduction through development of market-oriented inclusive agricultural value chains, it included equitable livelihood and value distribution. And in the pathway of integrating nature-positive production to make food systems sustainable and resilient, it included nature-positive production, climate-resilient production, and ensuring sustainability of nature-positive and climate-resilient production. So, in order to consolidate above pathways, the required resources, inputs, innovations, awareness, policy gaps, we need to identify these things further. So this the picture depicts the pathways and what we want to achieve. As you can see in the left side, we want to improve the food security index and hunger index by food and nutritional security and food security and quality improvement. And also we want to, in the left right side, we want to lower the poverty to achieve zero hunger indicators. So for that, we are using the new agriculture policy, and also there are several other national policies like Vistas of Prosperity and Splendor, Green Economy, Sustainable Plant Nutrition and Protection, Climate Change and Adaptation, and Disaster Risk Management. So with all these, with the output we are having from the Food System Summit, we want to have a multi-sector national action plan for nutrition, food safety policy. So if I talk about post-summit actions, after the third Food System Summit dialogue, after the fourth FFSD, the previously mentioned pathways were revisited and validated, and proposed post actions. Now, even now we are in the process of development of multi-sector national action plan for nutrition, food safety policy. Now the activities are initiated. So after implementing the aforesaid multi-sector national action plan, we are hoping to achieve improved global food security index and global hunger index through improved food and nutritional security and food safety and quality. And also we want to, again, we want to achieve zero hunger indicators by reducing the poverty. So that's about what we achieved so far through Food System Summit dialogues and post-summit dialogue. So ultimate goal is to come up with the multi-sector national action plan and implement it. So that's it from Sri Lanka. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roshan. You are according to the time slot, and I gathered you have 3 aspirational pathways. One is on sustainable food supply, and then the second is on inclusive agri-food value chain. That's the first, I think, the first time that I heard it in this in this meeting, and then climate resilient approaches. And I think they go very well with all the 5 action tracks of the UNFSS. So all the best to your implementation, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
So now we will go to our last speaker for this session. And we have finished with our member states presentations. Now we go to the private sector, and this is not your ordinary private sector. This is a sector representing the cooperatives. And so we would like to call on friend and colleague Mohit Dave from the International Cooperative Alliance Asia and Pacific. Dave, you have the floor. Mohit, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Esther, and all my distinguished friends and colleagues from the movement here in the Asia Pacific region and beyond. I take this opportunity to also thank all the organizers from the Food and Agriculture Organization, the Regional Office for Asia Pacific, from IFAD, from AFA, and of course the SARC Agriculture Center for having us here in this meeting. This is indeed a very important discussion which we are having as a follow-up to the UN Food Security Summit in the last year. So my task here today is to also share with you about some of the progress which was made on the stakeholders' commitments. From our side, it's more on the ICA, the International Cooperative Alliance, as to how do we look forward to addressing the challenges in the food systems per se, which are of course brought in by the COVID-19 pandemic. To give a quick introduction, my name is Mohit, and I head the Partnerships and Resource Mobilization Vertical at the International Cooperative Alliances Asia and Pacific Office here in New Delhi. For some of you who may not be very much aware about the ICA, I'll just share a quick introduction. The organization is one of the oldest serving long-standing organization in the global arena. It's a non-profit international association which was established in 1895 to advance the cooperative business model. So it's also an apex organization which represents cooperatives worldwide. As of now, it's close to 317 such members or cooperative federations and organizations and institutes which are working with cooperatives across 110 countries. We are working in 4 regions as such. So you may see on the slide on your screen, we have a region in Europe, one for the Americas, one in Africa, and I'm speaking to you here from the Asia Pacific region in New Delhi, India. The global body also represents, in terms of scale, close to 1 billion members from anywhere around 3 million cooperative enterprises worldwide. And if you were just to rank the top 300 cooperatives, we actually come up with a study every year which is called the World Cooperative Monitor. So as per the WCM or World Cooperative Monitor 2021, which was out last year, the top 300 cooperatives in the world, which of course come from agriculture and allied sectors as well, have a global turnover of close to 2.1 trillion US dollars, which also acknowledges the whole economic size and scale and of course the rich history of the cooperative organizations working for all these years. When I speak to you from the Asia Pacific region, we of course have the mandate to serve ICA members in this very region, and of course including our several members from South Asia as well. We also have sectoral and thematic focus areas, which, as you may see on your screen, are about agriculture and allied sectors like consumers and forestry and credit and banking as well. We also go on to look at the importance of and inclusion of women and youth and human resources also in the cooperative landscape. Speaking of some of the work that has been done through the past few months from the UN Food Systems Summit, cooperatives have of course been able to establish and continue to work upon themselves as a valued partner in the global effort. to establish a more sustainable food system. And we have been part of several such consultations, which are the platforms where the ecosystem is developing and promoting food security policies. Cooperatives have been continuing their engagement to ensure that there is access to safe and nutritious food for all. We've also been leading the efforts to shift to sustainable consumption patterns, with some of our cooperatives leading the way here. It's also useful to see how cooperatives are helping to boost nature positive production in many countries, especially in South and Southeast Asia, from our experience. And of course, they continue to advance equitable livelihoods and build resilience, especially towards vulnerabilities like climate change and shocks and stress and disaster management arenas. One of the key reasons why cooperatives have been able to do so is, of course, that they provide this unique form of collective insurance and management of risks, which includes benefits for food security for smallholder farmers, especially so in farmlands, especially in South Asia, as we know, do not have large farmlands. So smallholder farmers are a high majority here in the South Asian region. And cooperatives have been able to work with these farmers to provide access to markets, ability to reinvest in small holdings, and also higher shares from the consumer's price in the whole value chain. So we have been continuing to discuss with governments to enhance the role of cooperatives in scaling up production, as well as to ensure that a better position is available for individual farmers and fisher folk and others in the allied industries throughout the supply chain. Talking about some of the initiatives which ICAP or its members have been undertaking in the region in this arena. One, of course, a key area has been our work with several partners who are also present in this meeting on the United Nations Decade of Family Farming, and how can we have a roadmap for strengthening smallholder family farmers in South Asia. So we worked with SAC, with AFA, with FAO, RAP, to come up with this regional action plan very recently, which is having a strong focus on farming's constraints, challenges, opportunities, and government policies, which can be contributed to attaining the SDGs and its targets at the country, as well as a South Asia regional level. Of course, the next step now is that we are working to get this endorsed by the SARC Secretariat, and also to engage on discussions, how do we operationalize and implement some of the recommendations made by the various pillars under the family farming roadmap. Apart from that, if I may say, one of the key areas of engagement has also been SDG 2 on end hunger. And to give you an example, our member in ESDC, or Economic and Social Development Center in the Middle East country of Palestine, has been working very closely with its constituencies, with its members, with its farmers and fisherfolk in the region, to improve the food security, especially by strengthening the resilience and adaptive capacity of these small-scale farmers. It does so by actually improving the service delivery capacity, by giving them trainings and capacity building on their business and institutional aspects or technical aspects of their livelihoods and businesses. All of this work also comes especially under this target 2.1 of the SDG 2 on end hunger, which is where the focus remains on ensuring access by all people, and especially so the poor and the people in the vulnerable situations, including infants, to actually have safe, nutritious, and sufficient food all around the year by the year 2030. So that's a key area of our work in the region. Some of the other work is also, as we progress, more so on promoting climate resilient practices. For all we know, both South Asia, or in fact the whole of Asia Pacific region as well, is one of the most vulnerable regions in its ability to endure regular devastation due to climate change. There has been several tsunamis or droughts or heat waves, as we see in the last few years. which has not only impacted the crop production or eroded the soil and forest cover per se, but also has been having its impact on loss of human and cattle lives. So this is where we see a lot of food insecurity and loss of livelihood opportunities for our cooperatives and farmers in the region, which, as you know, in the whole region has a very strong membership base in agriculture and fisheries and forestries, as also in consumer sector. So in the whole value chain, we decided to also have a strong focus on how do we promote climate resilient practices through cooperatives in the region, and have been having several capacity building programs for cooperatives to be able to address food security concerns while they tackle climate change and make sure that production, processing and marketing remains as less risky or less vulnerable as possible due to climate and other hazards. Also to share an example.
You have 1 minute, Mohit?
Sure. Just winding up slowly. One example we're sharing about our members and friends from the Maldives. We have a Maldives Fishermen's Association, which has been working especially so on SDG 12 on the target to make sure there's responsible consumption and production in the value chain. This is also in line with the target 12.3 within the SDG 12 to halve the per capita global food wastes at both the retailing and consumer levels, so that there's less of food losses along the whole supply chain, including in the post-harvest losses. So last 4 things that we may say, how have cooperatives in the region been able to address challenges brought by the COVID pandemic, especially so in the food systems ecosystem. One, we can say it's by enhancing the whole awareness and promoting the identity of cooperatives. So here is an example of one of the largest cooperatives in India and South Asia as well. It goes by the name Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperative, or IFCO, which is also wholly owned by cooperatives. So it has been having some good innovation in terms of nano fertilizers and being able to reduce farm losses and farm wastage. And it has been also making sure that it promotes the cooperative identity or the brand value of cooperatives in the whole process. So that's one thing we've seen, that how cooperatives have been addressing these challenges and also able to promote the whole socio-economic model for the people and by the people. We've also seen some of our members disrupting the dominant model by leveraging some key trends we see in the last few years. So this is an example of Sanasa Cooperative in Sri Lanka, which has been working closely with tea and paddy farmers and reinventing the way insurance is seen in these sectors to be able to have access to a scarce capital, and also to provide training and technological tools to the farmers in the country by giving innovative products and insurance of farm gate commodities.
Okay.
Last topic, again, it's more so about enabling environment. How do we make sure that policy ecosystem remains intact and enabling for the region? So we have also been studying how legal frameworks work for family farmers, for cooperatives in South Asia, and have come up with the recent report. And of course, our friends from the Women's Federation from SEWA have also been working with young farmers and young women in the cooperatives in India to make sure that there is a good shift to the younger generation of cooperatives as well, by also going through non-traditional livelihoods and bridging the whole digital divide due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much for your time and consideration for the presentation. I look forward to hearing your views and comments here on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mohit, for highlighting the work of cooperatives in ensuring sustainable food systems and for showing examples on really how is this being shown and being done by family farmers cooperatives in South Asia as well. Thank you. And now, friends, we have listened to 12 presentations for session 2, and we really had an overtime of 40 minutes now, because it was, as a moderator, it was very difficult to really cut the presentations, because I think they were very rich and the presenters were really very excited and to share what they have been doing. So even though we are late for 40 minutes, we would like to have a very quick feedback about the presentations. We have taken a lot from the 12 presentations. Now we would like to ask each one of you to go to www.menti.com and use this code 46581652. And when you are there in the menti.com, please answer this question. You have heard a lot about commitments to food system by governments, by farmers organizations, by private sector, and research institutions. Please name 3 commitments to food systems that you heard today that meant most to you. What are these 3 commitments? So 1 commitment, if possible, 1 word. So after we will give you 2 minutes to answer, to go to the menti.com and answer this. And after that, we could see the results of where we converge or where we synergize in the commitments that mean most to us. Okay, so please, we invite you to go to www.menti.com, and when you are asked for the code, use the code 46581652 and answer what are the 3 commitments I heard today that means most to me. Thank you. And colleague Irish will flash the results of our Mentimeter after 2 minutes. Three commitments, 1 answer per commitment, 1 word per answer, if possible. Thank you. Irish, if you see that the Mentimeter is ready, kindly just flash the screen. Okay. How many have responded already? Okay.
Comment ki ses Maria pa disilin.
Esther, you are muted, Esther.
Sorry. Okay, so sorry about that. So I see a very big word here, agroecology. That means that people, many of us have this commitment as something that meant most to them. Also, climate resilience, investment, collaboration, zero hunger, nature-based agriculture, sustainable agriculture, nutrition for all, nutrition-sensitive agriculture. So many there about nutrition and hunger, as well as some means not to do this investment and collaboration. And I saw partnerships also and partnerships. Okay. So, and food security for all. Thank you very much for participating in this Mentimeter. It is a very good exercise to get also your thoughts of what you heard, what meant most to you after listening to the 12 presentations. So I give back to Pierre to bridge us through the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther. Actually, the next colleague who is going to facilitate the next session is Dr. Yunus Ali from the SARC Agricultural Center. So Dr. Yunus, over to you for the next session.
Okay, thank you very much, Pierre. So actually 45 minutes we are still behind. So we'll try to finish within our allocation time. So first of all, I would like to welcome you all presenters in the session 3, sharing of experiences in sustainable food system in South Asia. Actually, we have 6 presenters under the 3 session, and every presenter will get 10 minutes. So first of all, I would like to request Mr. Bijoy Kumar, Executive Vice Chairman, Raithu Shadikara Samastha and ex-official Chief Secretary to Government Agriculture and Cooperation Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh, India. So now I would like to request Mr. Bijoy Kumar. His topic is upscaling agriculture. Now, please, floor yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'll straight away dive into my presentation on scaling up agroecology in the state of Andhra Pradesh, India. Yes, I have the sharing rights. Can you please confirm the presentation is visible?
Yeah, visible. Yes. It's okay. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to thank FAO Regional Office Bangkok for this invitation and the organizers for the SARC Agriculture Center. So this is a state of Andhra Pradesh, is part of it's a southern state in India. It's a coastal state. We have 975 kilometers of the coast. We have close to 5 million farmers, and our idea is to reach out to every one of them. So first I'll tell you what we are doing. We are practicing, we are transforming, motivating farmers to move from the conventional chemical-based agriculture to natural farming, that is agroecology. It is farming without any chemicals whatsoever. A variety of practices, both traditional and a little bit of, not little bit, quite a lot of science into this. So this just shows what are the principles of natural farming that we are following in Andhra Pradesh, India. And the principles are very simple. First is keep the soil covered with crops 365 days of the year. We also call it the living root principle. And second, it should be diverse crops and tree crops also within the farmlands. So this is one principle, 2 principles. Then third one is don't disturb the soil, minimal disturbance of soils, integrating animals into farming, which is also our tradition. And then the use of biostimulants that you see on the right side, made from cow dung, cow urine, a bit of jaggery, some uncontaminated soil, which are fermented for 4 or 5 days. So these biostimulants are necessary catalysts in recharging or stimulating the soil biology. We also believe that the soil should not be exposed to direct sun. So crop residue mulch, keeping it covered under that is a good practice. Use of indigenous seed is welcome. And pest management, not through chemicals, but through preventive practices, and also where necessary, use of botanical extracts. And only red box you see here, no synthetic fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, and weedicides. So these are the principles. And we started this program in 2016-17. And today, we are present in 28% villages of the state and 10% farmers are enrolled into natural farming, about 630,000 farmers. So as you can see, the climb has been very steep. With 40,000 farmers in the first year, we are now 630,000 farmers. And over the next 3 years, we want to take this number to 2.6 million farmers. By 24-25, we should reach 100% villages and 43% of the farmers. So, and then we have tied up the resources. Government has tied up the necessary resources to take it to that stage. And please keep in mind that 86% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers with average holding less than 1 hectare, which is a common feature in South Asia. And it is a government program. It's government funded program, but in partnership with women, in partnership with farmers, and in partnership with NGOs. And we also know it takes time for a farmer to graduate. So we assume it takes about 3 to 5 years for a farmer to transit to natural farming. Please also keep in mind that there are no incentives offered during the transition. Government doesn't offer any money, financial incentive for transition. At the same time, we are also not saying that, you know, we are going to buy the output. So it is a very, and we have not banned any chemical pesticides, any chemical fertilizers. So you can see the how difficult the situation is. And so in spite of that, the response of the farmers has been amazing. As you can see, I would say this year, you know, we've crossed a tipping point. The impacts, we have studied the impacts. The farmers are better off financially. There is no particular yield penalty. And these practices lead to significant increases in net income and better soil health. You can, this is the independent study last year, so which found that cost reduction came down by 18% and net income increase was 80%. Then resilience to floods, because being a coastal state, we have a lot of very frequent cyclones and floods. So natural farming is resilient to floods. And this is another very important breakthrough that we achieved. This is a semi-arid area, and you can see the woman farmer here. She's reclaimed the land which was lying fallow for 10 years. So we have the natural farming is enabling plants to harness water from the air, which is available plentifully, you know, in all the tropical countries. So land which was not cultivated for 10 years, she is now taking 3 crops in a year in a semi-arid place. Then biodiversity has improved tremendously. And then we have a special strategy for landless farm workers, because around 25% of the households in the village, 25 to 30% are landless farm workers. So we promote homestead gardens so that household food security is ensured. And yeah, how did scaling up happen? So I believe there are about 6 pillars. I won't spend much time in each one of them, but essentially government support is very critical. Government support, advocacy, because even though the mainstream agriculture department is has to promote chemical fertilizers, so within the agriculture department, I head the natural farming wing. So therefore, the government support becomes very critical for scaling up. Resources are coming from government. Then the knowledge should be farmer friendly, and we have developed these videos of this package of practices. We have close to 800 videos, 6 to 8 minute videos, which we use for dissemination. At the same time, it is tradition, knowledge, and science. So we have research collaboration, World Agroforestry Center. I think I saw Fergus participating in this program. So we have very good collaboration with University of Reading, World Agroforestry Center, with FAO, with individual scientists. So we are constantly looking at not only validation, but also new knowledge coming from scientific study of agroecology. At the ground level, the critical factors are the women's self-help groups. In Andhra Pradesh, around 90% women in the rural areas are organized into women self-help groups and federations. So it is presence of these networks. Almost we have 8.3 million women in rural areas who are part of these networks. So it is these networks which have enabled us to scale up so effectively. And then we have a farmer to farmer extension system. So it's a very democratic knowledge dissemination system. It's not a top-down approach. And I'll just take you through a few slides and before mentioning the remaining points. So this is the role of women self-help groups. They have multiple roles in taking the program forward. And according to me, they are the foundation of our program. This is our master farmer. She has herself incubated several champion farmers. So we have close to 8,000 now of these farmers who take their knowledge to other farmers. And they also practice in the new village, the natural farming, so that the farmers are able to be inspired by practice rather than preaching. And we use ICT, video dissemination, and it's a little bit of, it takes time. It's knowledge intensive agriculture. And we believe that the entire village must change. So we go into every household in the village and motivate them to change. So there is an individual farmer's journey. It may take 3 to 5 years, 3 to 6 years for one farmer to fully transform to natural farming. And also a village may take 5 years, 6 years. So whole process may take 8 to 10 years. That's what we go for village transformation. And to provide support, the farmers organizations, the women's organizations, the NGOs, and the government organizations work for this continuous hand-holding support that farmers require to make the transition. These are the various international institutions who are working with us to establish the science behind natural farming and also giving us new insights into how we can improve this. These are the Indian institutions. We also have our own
Mr. Vijay Kumar, you have 1 minute.
Over, please. I just wanted, I kept this slide.
Within 1 minute, you will finish.
Yes,
please.
please. Yeah. This slide shows how financing of this transformation can happen from the savings that accrue to the governments from the transformation. We have seen 25 to 50% savings in water and electricity, which government subsidizes. And we also see fertilizer avoidance also is a huge amount. So over 10 years, 1 rupee invested in transformation can save government 5 to 6 rupees. So that is a compulsive logic for governments to invest in this. I just want to conclude by saying that scaling up requires multiple interventions. Technology is only one element. The social capital, human capital, role of government, role of science, role of philanthropies, role of civil society organizations is critical. So I think the focus only on technology may not be the way to take us there. We should have all the capitals moving in together. So I'll close my presentation now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice and informative presentation. So actually, within your presentation, you have focused from conventional agriculture to natural farming, organic fertilizer, improved biodiversity, food and nutrition diversity. So actually, your presentation was very nice. I think our member state and participant will be useful for their future endeavors to work with food system. So thank you. Thanks once again for your nice presentation. Now I would like to request Dr. Mustafizur Rahman Talukdar. So his presentation is very much interesting, floating agriculture in Bangladesh. Mr. Mustafizur Rahman is a project director and principal scientific officer, Floating Agriculture Project, Bangladesh Agriculture Research Institute, Borishal, Bangladesh. Now I would like to request Mr. Mustafizur Rahman Floor yours. We're not hearing. Dr. Mustafizur Rahman, we're not hearing. হ্যাঁ আপনার প্রেজেন্টেশন তো না 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 আপনার কথা শুনতে পারতেছেন না তো হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আপনি কথা বলেন দেখেন আপনার মনে
We can't hear. Mustafiz Piruz.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you
Please go ahead.
for giving me a chance. Welcome to floating agriculture in Bangladesh. I am Dr. Mustafiz Rahman Talukdar, Project Director and Principal Scientific Officer, Bangladesh Agriculture Research Institute, Borishal. There global important agriculture heritage system, floating agriculture practices in Bangladesh, utilization of flooded or submerged fallow land for production. I now I want to say about
one thing, Dr. Mustafizur Rahman, you can go presentation mode.
Yeah. Bangladesh has about 3 million hectares of low to very low land, with 21% of the total area of the country. There are about 3 million hectares of flooded land in the southern part of the country.
So your presentation is not moving. Your PPT is not moving.
Yeah. On the other hand, there are about 363 wetlands held in the country with an area of about 8.58 lakh hectares, about 43 of the total our area.
Dr. Mustafiz, please move your presentation because of your presentation is still in the welcome to floating agriculture in Bangladesh.
Yes.
Can you please?
Screen sharing is okay. Bangladesh has about.
Please,
so you can
please
go,
unshare first, then again share.
You can go presentation mode. Please, your present PPT is not moving.
Presentation mode.
Or I can share your presentation. What do you think?
Okay.
Or PR, you can share the presentation.
Yeah.
Mia?
Yes.
Dr. PR,
yes.
So please you can.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, this one is
okay?
Can you see?
Yeah.
Can you see?
Yes. Okay. Now, okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Bangladesh has about 3 million hectares of low to very low land, which is 21% of the total area of the country. There are about 0.25 million hectares of flooded land in the southern part of the country. On the other hand, there are about 363 wetlands that is held in the country with an area of about 8.58 lakh hectares, 40% of the total held area. During the monsoon season, a large part of these lands remains uncultivated due to flooding. All these flooded fallow lands can be easily used for cropping production with suitable floating agriculture technology. The technology is environmentally friendly and sustainable for agricultural adaptation to the changing climatic condition of Bangladesh. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in December to adopt the flooded and submerged condition in the southern part of Bangladesh, farmers have been producing crops for at least 200 years using flooding agriculture method, locally known as
floating or step farming, invented through local knowledge and experience. At present, in the southern and southwestern parts of the country, Gopalganj, Pirozpur, and Borishal district, mainly in the low-lying submerged areas during the monsoon, flooding farming is practiced. But the use of this method is very limited in other parts of the country. However, the lack of modern technology based on floating agriculture and the lack of necessary knowledge or awareness of the farmers is one of the obstacles to the expansion of floating agriculture. However, the technology has been identified. Conventional flooding farming methods usually use local and low-yielding varieties of seeds, vegetables, spices, crops, and their seedling. So we have to adopt a modern technology for the floating agriculture technology and enhance to produce more vegetable and spices. This is the view of where the floating agriculture is going on. Bangladesh Agriculture Research Institute is conducting necessary research activities to innovate modern technology based on the floating agriculture. On the other hand, in order to increase food and nutrition security in Bangladesh, the Department of Agriculture Extension is expanded together the appropriate technology developed by Bari among the farmers in the project area. Besides the different kinds of training, workshop, field day, motivational tours regarding floating agriculture, some research objectives, very nice, which is conducted Bangladesh Agriculture Research Institute to innovate and popularize location-based modern and appropriate technology for floating agriculture and popularize in among the farmers to increase diversity of the intensify of crop production in the submerged state and to encourage small-scale farmers to cultivate vegetable and spices in a floating bed. Our achievement, several achievements, production of vegetable, of spices and seedlings, production of next preparation of seedbed and seed sowing for modern technology and preparation of ball and seedling setting in ball. This is modern technology. Next, preparation of placing saplings on the floating bed. This is new technology and shape and size of a modern floating bed. It is a new technology for Bangladesh. Next, vegetable cultivation and floating bed and matcha method. It is also a new technology. Secondly, usability test of non-seasonal watermelon in floating bed. It is a new technology. Next, cucumber cultivation. It is also a new technology. Integrated vegetables and fish cultivation under floating agriculture system. Cucumber cultivation. Integrated floating cage and water hyacinth floating bed model. It is a new technology for floating agriculture. Cultivation of spice crops in floating beds, turmeric, chili, cucumber. Next, cultivation of spices crops in floating bed, onion. It is secondly, development of biorational pest management package against major insect pests of cucurbits grown on floating bed. It is a new technology. Without chemical, we can use biopesticide, and it is also a pheromone for female attract and killing system. It is a new system for. Now I want to show a video. For.
So actually, you have only 1 minute. You have only 1 minute. So
I could share.
Okay, please go ahead.
No, one video is I will show one video for this. Please. Video.
Is just about the second one maybe.
This is the last for my floating agriculture is going on just like this in Bangladesh. 1 minute time, please. I want 1 minute time. Okay.
Yeah. So
thank you for patient hearing. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Mohammad Mustafizur Rahman Talukdar, for your nice, inspiring presentation as well as video. So actually, from your presentation, we have got some information in case of waterlogging area, especially floating agriculture, very effective because climate is changing. So one of the adoption method for climate changing, and as well as we saw that farmers' income also increased from your presentation. So very, very nice for your, thank you for your presentation. Now I would, yeah. So now I would like to request Dr. Shakuntala, Thiel State World Fish Center. Actually, her presentation, engagement of women in nutrition sensitive aquatic food system in South Asia. Now I would like to request Dr. Shakuntala for her presentation. So now your floors.
Thank you so much for inviting me. And can we proceed with the presentation? So I'm going to talk about engagement of women in nutrition sensitive aquatic food systems in South Asia. We have worked with aquatic food systems in Bangladesh and and in Nepal, in the Terai, Nepal, and more recently in Odisha and Assam in India. I'd like to present much of the work that we've done in Bangladesh, but also from the other countries. And at the beginning, I'd like to say that these are nutrition-sensitive aquatic food systems. We've also moved it to other parts of the world, for example, countries in Africa, other Asian countries, and also, for example, in Timor-Leste, in the Pacific. So if you see here, the first things that I want to talk about is diversified production systems. Beginning with aquatic food systems, we begin in Bangladesh and in other countries with the household and aquatic food systems, pond polyculture. And can you go back, please, 1 minute? Can you please go back? And here are photos showing the diversification of aquatic food systems, rice fish systems, and also vegetables on the pond dikes in Bangladesh, and we have done in other countries. Next slide, please. Moving from production to supply chains and processing. Here, I show diagrams that show how the aquatic foods, in this particular case, small fish, which are highly nutritious, are used to produce a fish chutney, the bottle to the right, which is used for pregnant and lactating women. It's used as a condiment, a heaped tablespoon, which is equivalent to 60 grams of fresh fish, can be added as a condiment to the main meal of pregnant and lactating women. To the left, the two bottles are of dried small fish, which is ground into a powder and can be added to the foods of all family members, but more importantly, to the foods of young children as complementary feeds. Next slide, please. Moving again to the production systems, one of the important aspects is getting, for example, the fish from the pond to the pot. And one of the innovations that we have worked with is developing nets that can be pulled from the banks by a pulley, so that the woman can get a small amount of small fish for themselves and can move it from the pond to the pot. They are not dependent on other family members to help them get the fish from the ponds to the pot. Interestingly, also, women have started making these nets and selling them, and also repairing these nets, and this gives additional incomes to women in households. Next slide, please. This photo that I'm showing here is from Odisha in India, in the state of India. In Odisha, we have been able to move extremely fast and extremely successful with nutrition sensitive approaches, which engage women. And this is because the state government of Odisha has been extremely supportive and extremely interesting in moving with nutrition sensitive approaches, beginning in my case with aquatic food systems, but also integrating other innovations across other sectors, for example, in education and in health and nutrition. Here we see women, we've heard before, others mentioned women's self-help groups, about how important this organizational mechanism in India is for getting women together. So groups of 10 have been given the right to use community tanks. And within these tanks, they produce a diverse fish species, and the state government has been extremely helpful. Over the first 3 years, we've reached over 6,000 self-help groups. Each group has 10 women. And last year in December, the government of Odisha took a policy decision that all 64,000 Gram Panchayat tanks in Odisha will be handed over to self-help groups of women for fish production. Next slide, please. Women are engaged across the aquatic food systems. Also, in the supply chains and in the selling of fish. And here we see that we have diverse fish species which are offered for sale in markets. And this is because with a nutrition sensitive approach, we do not produce very few species of fish, but we produce diverse fish species, both large and small. And interestingly, we're using social behavior change mechanisms and nutrition education, we have been able to promote the important nutritional value of small fish, especially for women and young children. Next slide, please. Again, this is from India, showing solar drying of fish from the coastal areas in Odisha. And we have been able to work together with the state government and other partners with funding from the World Bank to get self-help groups to work with solar drying of small fish. This is important because not only does this reduce the time that women spend in drying fish, it increases the quality and it reduces loss. Next slide, please. We have been able in Odisha, in other states in India and Assam, and in other countries across South Asia and in other parts of the world, to include and integrate aquatic foods within school feeding programs and also within the midday meal in school feeding programs and also in the take-home rations for pregnant and lactating women and adolescent girls. And this has proved to be extremely successful. And with very good cooperation with the different sectors, we can have very strong nutrition-sensitive aquatic food approaches that takes into account the whole of the food system, from production to supply chains and all the way to consumption, especially for the poor and vulnerable. Next slide, please. It's extremely important in going forward that policies and investments and programs are put in place and that it's over the multiple sectors and that there's alignment with state and government policies. And here you see that within the strategy for Odisha pathway to accelerated nutrition, the state government is promoting fish-based nutrition. And thereby with the inclusion of nutrition-sensitive production approaches in the fisheries master plan, and then moving to the Angawati centers for the use of these products, we have been able to move very quickly with nutrition-sensitive approaches in Odisha, and as I said, other places as well. Importantly, at the state level and at the national level, the inclusion of fish and other aquatic foods in national and state-based dietary guidelines will be a very big step in promoting nutrition-sensitive aquatic food systems innovations. Next slide, please. I wish to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. And I wish especially to acknowledge the World Fish teams across the board in the countries in which we work, the state and national governments in the countries that we also work, and also national partners. Thank you so much.
So, thank you very much, madam, for your nice presentation. I forgot to introduce earlier. So, Dr. Shakuntala, Global Lead for Nutrition and Public Health at World Fish Awardee of the 2021 World Food Prize. So actually, yeah, very nice presentation. Actually, every government has the priority food and nutrition security. That aspect, it will be very useful to promote healthy and sustainable food system. So again, thanks for joining with us for your nice presentation also.
Thank you.
So now I would like to request Dr. Devendra Gochang for his presentation. Actually, Dr. Devendra Gochang, Agricultural Economics, Honorary Research Fellow at Alliance of Varsity International and CIAT, adjunct professor in Tribhuvan University, Nepal, and General Secretary of Nepalese Society of Agricultural Economists. So now I would like to request Dr. Devendra Gochang for his presentation. Actually, his topic is Nepalese experience on how the prevalence of non-commercial farming in Nepal helped in rural people of the pandemic. So now I would like to request Dr. Gochang, now your floor.
So, hello, can you see my presentation? Hello?
Yes, yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair and distinguished participant, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, organizer, for giving me this opportunity. Well, for me, today's presentation is how the non-commercial farming, basically farming for food in Nepal, helped rural people cope the pandemic. So I'll directly go to presentation based on experience of Nepal, in the last 2 years of COVID pandemics, how smallholder family farming, non-commercial farming were more resilient as compared to commercial farming. Well, Nepal, as you know, is a very mountainous country with 3/4 of the area is covered by hills and mountains. And it's very rich in agrobiodiversity because of the high diversity of ecology and socioeconomic settings. And also predominantly the country has integrated mixed farming systems, which depends on, mainly on local natural resource based using recycling and regenerative farming system. Basically it's a de facto organic conditions. Well, as I already mentioned, Nepal has a predominance of smallholder farming system because the average farm size is around 0.68 hectares, less than 0.7 hectares. And we have almost 3/4 of the farmers have less than 1 hectare of land. So this is one indication of smallholder family farming. And also almost, less than 20% of the farmers are commercial farmers who produces for market. That is also the indications for non-commercial dominance of non-commercial farming system. And basically smallholder non-commercial farmers mainly are, prevalent in the very remote mountainous and hill areas, and also some parts of rain-fed, risk-prone areas of the lowland Tarai. And they are basically integrated crop, livestock, forestry mix integrated systems, which are more regenerative, de facto organic, with no or limited dependence on external chemical-based inputs. And also our information statistics show that more than 20% or less than 20%, or what we can say less than 80% of the farm household, more than 80% of the farm household depend on informal seed systems. That means farmers using their own saved seed through community exchange and local markets to meet the local seed requirement and also production systems. And also there is a very limited farmers access to formal system of credits, institutional credit and exchange service and support measure. With respect to how Nepalese small farmers responded to COVID-19 impact, well, in many parts of South Asia as well, in Nepal also adopted strict preventive measures of the complete nationwide lockdown and closure of national borders and business in the first year in 2020, early 2020, from the end of March to July, which triggered movement of a large number of people from urban areas to rural areas, what we call the reverse migration. And that helped to go for agriculture production. The migrant youth who returned their villages were attracted to agriculture because of the this COVID lockdown, and also we had very much favorable monsoon season in 2020, that also helped to cultivate and grow crops. And that was a relatively good season for farming. And estimates showed that almost 500,000 people moved from urban areas to rural areas within a 1 month of period. Many of them walk on foot, covering almost 500 kilometers. So the farming, there was also, that helped also good availability of labor. When youth returning migrants reach to their villages, helps to help to support the in farming to the family members. Well, the COVID-19 has an impact basically on commercial and semi-commercial farming, particularly in urban and peri-urban areas, due to lack of resilient supply networks, and particularly on commercial dairy, poultry, vegetables, and also floriculture, which were affected very much from COVID-19, but smallholder family farming, particularly in the rural hills and mountains, were less affected from this pandemic due to their low dependence on external inputs, hard labor, and limited production for market. And also the incidence of infection from COVID-19 was very much limited in the rural remote mountainous part because of the limited density of the population, scattered, isolated settlements, and also basically family farming systems. Well, if you see this is the diagram showing the last 6 years after Nepal had a major earthquake in 2015. During 2015, Nepal, we lose a lot of agriculture production as well as overall economic production. So the growth rate was almost negative overall, but it grew. There was a very good economic growth, both in agriculture and non-agriculture sector until 2019. But because of the COVID-19 pandemic, so non-agriculture sector was affected very much with a negative growth rate of almost 4%, while agriculture remained relatively good, positive growth rate with more than 2% growth. So this also indicates that the agriculture did not hamper much during COVID pandemics because of the predominance of a smaller non-commercial family farming system. So why smallholder farmers were resilient to pandemic? The basic reason I already highlighted is they depended more on indigenous seeds, livestock, manure for composting, fertilizers, family labor, and community sharing of labor and inputs. And also they happen to be custodian of natural resources and agrobiodiversity, utilizing all this diversity of crops, livestock, particularly in the traditional nutrient-sensitive crops and livestock that help to sustain feed their families. And also the strong presence of community and collective institutions, to cope with this during the crisis, and also decentralized form of governance, particularly in Nepal after federal systems recently. So the presence of local government was very strong, and they had authority and power to decide, plan agriculture and other sectors in the rural areas, so they could provide incentives and support for agriculture. And most important part was the presence of, I already mentioned, community-based system, particularly community seed banks and community-based seed production groups and cooperative, large number of cooperatives, which helped to provide inputs locally and also help to support the delivery of the outputs. And particularly our experience shows that during even mega earthquake, this community-based seed system, particularly community seed bank, were very much helpful to provide emergency seed relief during earthquake in the neighboring districts and communities. And this is the example, I think, also during pandemics, they supported very much for local communities in agriculture production. And if you see here, I'm showing in two sides. In the left side, this non-commercial area, this basically focusing on our Biodiversity International research on social seed network in two areas, in commercial areas in the right-hand side and non-commercial areas where seed net. You can see that seed network is very strong and resilient in the non-commercial area, particularly in the middle mountain farming systems, in Beknas and Kaski area, whereas in the commercial area, seed network is very loose, that's why they are more vulnerable to external shocks and climate change. And this is also to support, I think that social seed network helped during pandemics for supporting this agriculture. Well, global evidence also, when I try to look after all the peer-reviewed international journals and publication, and all show that most of the articles shows that smallholder farmers are more resilient in Central America, Mexico, and Europe, such as in Spain and in Pacific countries, in Nepal and India. So many recent literature in international journal also shows and provide this evidence. So in conclusion, I would like to say that small non-commercial farms are found resilient to pandemics and disaster, and that was mainly in the short term, as they are very much low productive, though they are resilient, but also they are low productive and low value, have a low value addition. So they could not support for longer term, because after when very much strict lockdown was relaxed, when relaxation occurred in the after COVID incidents were containing. So then many of the returning migrants again return to urban areas and overseas, and again rural areas becoming again lack of youth forces. So we need to, therefore, we need a very long-term, sustainable, inclusive food system transformations based on these lessons. So for that, I like to suggest that in order to have a long-term resilience of smallholder non-commercial systems for long-term sustainable and inclusive food system transformation, we need to build the capacity of smallholder farmers and communities through every provision of skills, knowledge, and technologies for regenerative agriculture and local value chain development, and also the promote community-based systems, strengthen community-based system, not only seed system, but also other input and output marketing for location-specific agro-ecosystem-based regenerative farming systems and revitalization of indigenous food system. I think in Nepal's National UN Food System Dialogue also identified one of the action area was to promote, revitalization of indigenous local food systems, and also we need also small-scale women and youth-friendly mechanizations to reduce the cost, reduce drudgery, improve efficiency and attraction of the youth in farming in the rural, remote mountain areas, and also incentives and cash support for utilization of fallow land. In Nepal, almost 1/3 of land is remaining fallow because of the migration, youth migrations. And so feminization of agriculture is there. So for that, we need a support, incentives for long-term sustainable transformation of food system. Of course, the digital agriculture is very important for timely agro-advisory services, input market and prices. I'd like to finally suggest that there are 4 key components of strategy to build resilience for pandemics. One is focus on social protections and safety net policies. The second is economic, particularly market access and economic policy, such as income and cash support. And third is technology and innovation policy and program to support, build the resilience of smaller farmers. And the fourth, the final is environmental protection policies and program that supports local ecosystem restorations and conservation and building capacity of the communities in the disaster and climate change adaptations. Thank you very much for your listening and attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Devendra Bosang sir, for your nice and informative presentation. Actually, smallholder family farming are the heart of the food system. So in this perspective, your presentation actually very nice. I hope it would be helpful access to sustainable and nutritious food for people in South Asia. Okay, so still we have 2 presentations. So our presentation topic, financing the transition towards healthier and greener food system. We have 2 presenters. One is Ulak Demirag, Head South Asia Hub International Food for Agriculture Development. Another MS Marky K. Holyfeld, Program Manager Global Agriculture and Food Security Program. First of all, I would like to request Ulak Demirag, Head South Asia Hub International Fund for Agriculture Development, for his presentation. Now floor yours. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. And So I can quickly, oh, it's coming? Perfect. So I leave the management of the PowerPoint.
Yes, it's coming.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I'm really pleased to be here and I'm grateful to be given this opportunity to speak about financing the transition towards healthier and greener food systems in South Asia. So if you go to the first slide, South Asia is, to the next, yeah, okay. South Asia is a region that comprises nearly 1/4 of the world's people. And 2/3 of these people live in rural areas. 2 out of 5 people in South Asia rely on agriculture and related activities for their livelihoods. And this is a number that is not adequately matched by the GDP of the sector, which only stands at 18%. So meanwhile, about 80% of the region's food is produced by small-scale producers, who at the same time, very paradoxically, are amongst the most vulnerable to food insecurity. This is particularly relevant as the emerging food crisis as a result of the conflict in Ukraine has already started affecting the food systems across the world, just as we are recovering from the effects of the pandemic that my previous speaker talked about. If you go to the next slide, very quickly about IFAD. Over the last 4 decades, IFAD has financed about 152 projects with over $4 billion in sovereign loans and grants in the region. And these $4 billion have leveraged close to twice as much in co-financing, so close to $12 billion. And this has impacted about 23 million households. Now, if we go to the next slides, I would like to quickly talk about the main challenges that we see in agriculture. Do you mind shifting the slide? Thank you so much. So first and foremost, lack of access to markets and finance. And it's very nice at these meetings that I hear so much about nutrition, about climate, about what we should do. And then sometimes it seems that we are forgetting that in the end, it's free consumers that are dictating what farmers should grow. And that farmers are competing for consumers' preferences. So, but with the farmers that we are dealing with, smallholders, it's very often lack of access to markets due to limited capacities of very small enterprises, also lack of capital and knowledge. And very often we're dealing with very remote producers that also very often don't have the productivity to really compete in agricultural value chains. And finally, there's a perceived uncertainty and very often very high transaction costs for financial institutions to operate in the remote areas. Then you see the point of insufficient investment. And very often we are thinking of public investments by agencies like IFAD. But what I think is so important, no, stay with the previous one, please. What is so important is that I mean really also the private sector investment. So and we really need the private sector to invest and the farmers to invest so that we can really bring about prosperity at scale. It cannot just be left to governments. And I think part of it is, of course, what I already mentioned: the very low productivity, the limited competitiveness, and even limited competition to some extent. So I think it is very, very important that we look much more at what the public sector should finance rather than how much financing goes into the sector. I think it is really, really important what we invest and how we invest so that we have enabling investments. I'll come to this more. Then climate threats, of course. I'm still in the previous slides, by the way. So if you go, there's a chance to go back, maybe that's better. Thank you so much. Climate threats. And of course, we have this increasing variability of weather with very many, very often weather shocks and obviously with an increasing value that we globally produce, these shocks also have much bigger impact. So there's more at stake, and obviously resilience to shocks is key. lastly, the voice into visibility. Now, very often I hear like, let's help farmers build groups and so on, so that they can negotiate better prices. I think you know, well, it works to some extent, but it's mainly about really advocacy, and it's about revisiting our concept that we have of poverty, so that we can overcome dependencies and help farmers to grow in dignity. So now I'm coming to the next slide, please. So IFAD's investments in South Asia are strongly focused on climate resilient agriculture. Somebody mentioned on the previous session, I've seen a very big featuring agroecology. I'm happy to report that about 60% of IFAD's investments implement really agroecological practices at the farm, at the landscape, at the market, and at the policy levels. Agricultural practices, agroecological practices, are very often, built on really farmers' traditional knowledge and merge it with scientific innovations. And
so, Ulak, your PPT is not moving so far, I know.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm still there. I'm still
not
there.
moving.
It's good. I want people to listen to me rather than looking at the slides. So that's fine. And I hope you can listen to me. I know you must be all very exhausted at this hour. But well, the good thing about agroecological practice, as I said, that they combine farmers' traditional knowledge with scientific innovations, and that they integrate ecological, economic, and social development. I want to really emphasize, in this, we can really emphasize the importance of small-scale producers, and particularly women in food systems, to connect them to more directly to consumers and deliver sustainably produced, healthy, and nutritious food. So IFAD is also giving climate resilient agriculture a boost with its adaptation of smallholder adaptation of smallholder agriculture program, the ASAP Plus, which mobilizes another $500 million that we are merging with our loans and grants, so that we can climate-proof and social-proof our investments and make sure that they have these very important mainstreaming. Now, coming to the next one, the catalytic investments. And here, this is so important that the public sector finances the right thing. I've already talked about. And the public sector should mainly focus on public goods, because these provide policy and regulatory framework that provides a level playing field and transparent markets in which the private investments can be leveraged and in which private actors can compete. So we have to really invest in public goods. And one good example that IFAD has developed a concept is what we call the 4 Ps: the public, private, and producer partnership. So we're bringing the producer into the equation, and we work with them in close partnership. What is so important is that we think of every investment as catalytic. It has to leverage private investment. Otherwise, we'll never get to the scale and to the impact that we need to achieve the SDGs. Next one. Again, you're too fast with the slideshow. I'm still at the previous slide. I'm sorry, maybe I'm talking too much, but this is really the core messages that I would like to pass. The next one is about empowerment, and here we really need to rethink our discourse and our actions. That we take it from a poverty lens to really a prosperity mindset. We have to really work with the realities of helping producers to become more competitive. It's not about protecting them. It's about making them more competitive and really focusing on their productivity rather than supplying the typical supply-driven sector-focused approaches. So again, it is not the size of investment, of public investment that matters, but first and foremost about how we invest and what we invest in. Lastly, about strengthening rural and community institutions. Also here, I would suggest some rethinking, and we have to embrace competition as it is a reality. You know, every farmer, every smallholder farmer that are our clients, is competing with every other farmer in the world, whether we like it or not. So if we want to empower small-scale producers, then we have to help them embrace competition so that they can really prosper and that they can prosper in dignity. Competing in a global market, of course, means they need to have the size and capacity that allows family farms to compete in these global markets. And therefore, everything that IFAD is doing revolves around helping rural people to build robust institutions. Institutions and their aggregate size allow family farmers to get credit and to do business and to link up with other partners in their value chains and grow together with them. So they are really key, not only to do business, but also to be really in the driving seat of their own development. So let's go to the next slide. And now I'll try to speed up, although the slides become more crowded. So here is a slide that presents the IFAD mainstreaming commitments. IFAD's business model really depends on the one hand, we want to increase outreach, we want to reach more people with the investments we make, but at the same time, we also want to deepen our impact. And this is how we are going to do it. First of all, what is missing in this slide is that 100% of our investments have to be gender sensitive. Then 60% youth sensitive, 60% nutrition sensitive, 40% with a real explicit climate focus, although we are far above this target already in South Asia. And 35% have to be fully gender transformative. This is basically taking the gender sensitivity to the next level, where we really want to see a complete significant change and focus on changing the status of women and economic empowerment. Next slide, please. So here, very quickly, IFAD's business model. Again, I've already talked about the expanding impact and about deepening impact through the mainstreaming objectives. And of course, this is coming with a number of institutional reforms, internal reforms that you see there on the left side in the slide, and also a transformational financial framework that IFAD has been working on, so that we really can have transformational country programs. And let's look at the next slide just to close it off. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, the previous one. So this is just to illustrate a little bit what I've been talking about. So there's been a lot of recent reforms and innovations. For those who knew IFAD for a long time, be prepared. There's a lot of changes have been coming along and will be coming along in the next 3 years under IFAD 12. So on the one hand, we have now a very comprehensive financial framework. We are providing our core resources mainly to the poorest countries, really to the lower income countries and lower middle income countries, and those countries who can and who are interested to borrow more can get access to our borrowed resources. So we are also borrowing in the market now so that we can increase our program and continue serving poverty pockets in the upper middle income countries and those clients that don't necessarily depend on highly concessional financing. But IFAD is also attempting to become an assembler of development finance. And who would be better positioned than a UN agency that is owned and governed by all the countries of the world? So we are mobilizing international co-financing. Obviously, at the country level, we are mobilizing co-financing from governments, and of course, all this we are not mobilizing co-financing from the private sector, but we want to leverage investment by the private sector. This is really key because this has to really bring it to the next level and to the next dimension, actually, of investment. We have developed a number of, you see a lot of abbreviations here, a number of new instruments. One that I'm really excited about is the last one, the NSO, so non-sovereign operations, where we can engage from IFAD 12 directly with the private sector. So we can also help socially sustainable enterprises to engage really with our target group and invest better in helping farmers to get links to markets and so on. So now I'm coming to really the last one. I'm not sure how I am standing this time. I hope I'm not boring you too much, but very quickly, IFAD's strengthened or transformational country programs, that's what we have in mind. On the one hand, on the lower side, you see the investments. So IFAD's loans and grants, the co-financing, the private investment, and then the ASAP, the adaptation of smallholder agriculture program that I talked about, that is giving this grant financed layer to climate proof and socially proof our investments and really push the mainstreaming topics. But then there's also the combination with policy and knowledge, and that's so important also to bring our investments to scale through policy engagement, through partnerships, and through obviously working with knowledge partners, and partly this is financed through grants. So all this, of course, to have a much stronger impact and help achieve the SDGs. And with this, I would like to leave it. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions if we have time. Thank you. That's my thank you slide.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Olak Dimerek, Head South Asia Hub, IFAD, for your nice presentation and informative also. It will be helpful for us. Actually, from your presentation, just one point I would like to clarify. Access to market and access to finance are still key challenges in South Asia for sustainable agricultural development. So still we have to work access to finance and access to market, especially for smallholder farmers. So thanks once again for joining with us, and thank you very much. Now, our last presenter, Ms. Mary K. Holyfield, Program Manager, Global Agriculture and Food Security Program. So now I would like to request Ms. Mary for her presentation. So please, now your floor.
Amir, can you play the video, please? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the invitation to speak at this virtual consultation. I welcome the opportunity to share the experiences of the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program, known as GAF-SP. During the next several minutes,
Is it okay? It's working?
Yes, Amir. I will share a quick overview of the GAF-SP program and our efforts in South Asia, highlighting the critical role that smallholders can and are playing to address stresses in your region. Farmers and producer organizations are indeed the most impacted, yet they are also the most agile and responsive. They see the challenges, find the opportunities, and apply the solutions best suited to the needs on the ground. So how does GAF-SP fit in? It is a financing platform launched by the G7 and G20 in response to the 2007-2008 food price crisis. It supports medium to long-term investments in agriculture and food security in the world's poorest countries. Importantly, the program focuses on smallholders and food system SMEs. Now, almost a decade and a half since the last global food price crisis, GAF-SP's mandate and model continues to be as relevant as ever, with the world facing increasing systemic stresses and compounding shocks from climate change, natural disasters, economic instability, COVID-19, and now ongoing crisis in Ukraine. They are exacerbating hunger in countries across the globe, and the impacts are expected to continue to unfold for years to come. GAF-SP financing is based on several key principles. First, GAF-SP projects are designed and led by governments, the private sector, and producer organizations. GAF-SP relies on existing national consultative processes and priorities identified with locally owned agriculture strategies, plans, or pathways. Second, resources are allocated to competitively selected projects that are delivered in partnership with the multilateral development banks and the UN's Rome-based food and agriculture agencies, the FAO, IFAD, and the World Food Programme. Government, the private sector, and producer organizations themselves decide which development partners are best suited to accompany them. GAFSP encourages the use of more than one partner. Collaboration on the ground is essential to facilitate the best possible mix of skills and expertise for impact. Third, GAFSP's governance model is both inclusive and multi-stakeholder. Our steering committee includes donors, recipient countries, multilateral agencies, and representatives from civil society and producer organizations, including one of the organizers today, the Asian Farmers Association. Every constituency has a seat at the table and a voice in the program. Fourth, the program relies on a set of cross-cutting priorities that have continued to evolve over time to reflect a deepening awareness of food system imperatives, including inclusion of vulnerable communities and women, livelihoods of smallholders, nutrition, and climate, themes that resonate deeply with this event today. Since 2010, GAFSP has channeled over $1.7 billion in support to resilient and sustainable agriculture systems by offering a range of public and private investment tools, grants, blended finance, technical assistance, and advisory services, supporting activities across the entire value chain. Almost half has been allocated to fragile and conflict-affected countries, and about $227 million is currently under implementation in South Asia, in Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Through these projects, GAFSP is helping to finance the transition to healthier, greener food systems in South Asia. I'd like to share with you a few examples. In Bangladesh, the Sera Bangla Krishak Society, a national organization of farmers' organizations, received a GAFSP grant of almost $2.5 million to support improved access to finance and markets for their 55 member POs. With the support of the FAO, the program is helping to build the technical and institutional capacity of farmer organizations. To date, the project has benefited nearly 10,000 people, of which 6,000 are women. When COVID hit Bangladesh, the society responded quickly, using an additional $1 million from GAFSP to support 55 virtual call centers. More than 10,000 producers use these call centers as a safe alternative to sell their products, buy inputs, and receive technical advice. As a result, farmers have received higher prices and have significantly reduced their post-harvest losses. This is an example of GAFSP's producer organization grants, an innovative mechanism that brings financing more directly to POs and their smallholder members to strengthen capacity to efficiently produce and market and to feed their families, communities, and beyond, supporting sustainable resource utilization and supply of safe and nutritious food. This is also an example of how GAFSP quickly responded to COVID-19. It provided an additional $5 million to PO-led projects and $55 million to government-led projects to mitigate and address the short and medium-term impacts of COVID-19 on food security. PO-led projects have proved to be the best position to respond in times of crisis, tailoring activities to the specific needs of local communities. This flexibility and responsiveness is proving essential in a world facing compounding waves of stress and shock, but they need resources, both financial and technical, to act. Climate change represents one of the most systemic and pervasive stresses affecting global food systems, making it one of the major drivers of increasing world hunger. Since inception, GAFSP has focused on improving the resilience of smallholders. In 2010, 40% of GAFSP finance projects referenced climate. Since 2017, 100% of GAFSP finance projects have included elements to support climate resilience. Our focus is on climate adaptation, supporting such things as the use of more climate resilient local seed varieties, agroecological approaches such as drought-resistant mulching, and use of more efficient irrigation with better on-farm water management. I'd like to share the GAFSP finance projects in Nepal as examples. They support vulnerable smallholder farmers, mostly women, to master the skills and tools needed to sustainably grow, process, and store nutritious food, including rice, wheat, maize, potato, beans, and vegetables. The projects help goat, chicken, and cow smallholders improve feeding and care practices. And awareness raising campaigns have enabled smallholders to learn about the benefits of balanced diets and improved hygiene, leading to healthier and more economically empowered communities. In Bhutan, the government is using an $8 million GAFSP grant to raise agricultural output through improved irrigation, water management, farm mechanization, and the adoption of agriculture production technology, reaching more than 6,500 people to date. The Asian Development Bank and the International Finance Corporation have also provided $3 million each in GAFSP blended financing to support the expansion of Mountain Hazelnuts, a semi-greenfield smallholder-based company that is expanding production to respond to growing demand for hazelnuts from Asia-based confectionery and snack producers. GAFSP continues to look for ways to deepen and sharpen our focus on climate. We are working across the program and project cycle to support closer alignment with country and climate commitments and climate action or investment plans, reinforcing support for sustainable and climate resilient approaches and tools, and enhancing our monitoring and evaluation of climate impacts. In closing, I would note that demand for GAFSP financing is higher than ever. Our most recent call for financing closed in September 2021. It attracted more than $1 billion in funding requests compared to the $155 million in available financing. In December, GAFSP granted awards to the top 12 producer organization proposals and the top 8 government proposals. 45% of these resources were awarded to proposals from South Asia. GAFSP is now looking to facilitate strong support to smallholders in the world's lowest income countries as they face the current food price and food security crisis. Just as we were quick and agile in responding to COVID-19, we would like to support our partner countries in weathering the current food crisis. Today, we have the opportunity to transform food systems in South Asia so that they are fit for purpose. GAFSP has a vital role to play in financing public and private sector investments that do exactly that. We recognize that this will require collective action from all stakeholders and a renewed sense of urgency to build stronger, more resilient, and sustainable agriculture and food systems. Thank you.
Yeah. So, thank you very much for important message through video sharing. So, we are at the end of session 3. So now, as per our program schedule, now we would like to go for open discussion. So I would like to request all presenters, professional scientists, and others, if you have any inquiries, questions, or recommendation or suggestion, please, you can go forward.
Ji,
so, yeah. So, so our participants. So,
bolok na onnora ami ekhon ar shesh bosle ki bolbo kalke bolbo ar ki.
Yeah. Now we'd like to go open discussion. So if you have any question or if you have any suggestion or recommendation from our 6th presentation, you can go forward. Please.
Dr. Yunus?
Yes.
I have a suggestion because the day has been already quite full, and this afternoon
it's
there has
okay,
been
okay.
a lot of presentation.
Yeah,
Tomorrow morning we will start the session actually with a specific time allocated also to reflect on today. So I would suggest that because it's been more than 4.5 hours now that we have been listening to a lot of presentation. It's a lot to take in. And I would suggest that we stop here, and so we leave also participants time to reflect on what they have heard this afternoon, in order to discuss tomorrow as almost a starting point of our discussion, and then moving into the breakout session.
Okay. Okay. So.
And I just want to take the opportunity to really strongly encourage you to come back tomorrow. Same time, so it will be 10:30 in Bangladesh, because the session of tomorrow is shorter. It will be there is almost no presentation plan, but there is a critical session on a breakout session, so group work, to really discuss and elaborate recommendation on how we can at regional level together elaborate action to support the implementation of all the commitment from the different countries we have heard today. So it's really important for all of you to join us again tomorrow, and it will be from 10:30 to 1:30 if I'm not mistaken. So the session tomorrow will be less long, but even more important, although it was extremely rich and very interesting this afternoon.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much, Pierre. So we'll not go for details. So I would like to thanks again for our presenter, professionals and other colleagues for joining with us for almost all day. So see you tomorrow, and goodbye from here. So thank you very much.
And tomorrow you can use the same Zoom link to join again the workshop. So we will start also at 10:30 Bangladesh time. So looking very much forward to see you all again tomorrow. And have a good evening and good rest.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Amir, thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Amir,
See
thank
you
you.
tomorrow.
See you. Okay.
Thank you, Govindaji.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Iris, thank you.
Yes, thank you. See you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yes.
Mm-hmm.